Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Quest. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was sent to Azkaban at age 8 for accidental magic and conquered the Dementors. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Fell. The gates of Azkaban had not opened outward in 300 years. They opened now. Amelia Bones stood on the rocky shore with her hand on her wand and her heart somewhere in her throat, watching the ancient iron groan and shriek as it swung wide for the first time since the prison's founding. Beside her, young Auror Tonks had gone so pale that her hair had shifted from its usual pink to a washed-out gray, and even the veteran hit wizards forming their protective semicircle looked ready to bolt. The boy who walked through those gates did not look like a threat. He was small for 11, thin in the way of those who'd learned to survive on less than they needed. Dark hair hung past his shoulders, tangled and unwashed. His robes, standard Azkaban gray, hung off his frame like a burial shroud. He should have looked pitiful. He should have looked broken. His eyes ruined it. They were green, startlingly so, but that wasn't what made Amelia's breath catch. It was the way they moved, tracking each person on the shore with a predator's patience, cataloging threats and escape routes and weaknesses in the span of a heartbeat. She'd seen eyes like that before, on Aurors who'd worked the field too long, on survivors of torture, on killers. Never on a child. "Harry Potter," she said, keeping her voice steady through sheer force of will. "I'm Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. We're here to process your release." The boy, Harry, tilted his head slightly. He hadn't spoken yet. Behind him, the gates remained open, and through them Amelia could see movement in the fog. Shapes. Dozens of them. Dementors. "One's up," one of the hit wizards shouted, but Amelia raised her hand sharply. "Hold." Because the Dementors weren't attacking. They were, watching. Clustered just inside the gate, their hooded forms swaying gently like seaweed in a current, and as Harry took another step forward, they followed. Not pursuing. Following. The way a pack follows its leader. Harry stopped at the edge of the rocks, where the prison's shore met the path to the boat dock. He turned and looked back at the creatures that had been his only company for 3 years. One of them drifted forward, separating from the mass. Amelia's hand tightened on her wand as it approached Harry, close enough to touch, close enough to kill. Tonks made a sound somewhere between a gasp and a whimper. The Dementor bowed. Not the jerky, unnatural movement Amelia associated with the things. This was fluid. Deliberate. Almost graceful. The Dementor bent its hooded head toward Harry Potter, and then it retreated, melting back into the fog with the rest of its kind. The gates of Azkaban groaned shut behind them. Harry turned back to face the ministry delegation, and for the first time, something flickered across his face. Not quite a smile. Something colder. "Shall we?" he said. His voice was soft, hoarse from disuse, but steady. "I believe I have a school to attend." 3 years, 4 months, and 16 days earlier, Harry Potter had not known that magic was real. He knew that strange things happened around him. Things he couldn't explain and didn't try to, because trying to explain things at number 4 Privet Drive was a good way to miss a meal or gain a bruise. Better to keep his head down, do his chores, stay quiet, stay small, and survive until he was old enough to leave. Harry had gotten very good at surviving. The day everything changed started like any other. Aunt Petunia's shrill voice dragged him from the cupboard under the stairs at 6 in the morning. Breakfast to cook. Dishes to wash. Garden to weed. Dudley's second bedroom to clean, because Dudley had thrown a tantrum about the smell of Harry's cupboard drifting up through the floorboards and demanded more distance between them. Harry worked. He always worked. His hands had calluses that boys his age shouldn't have, and he'd learned to move quietly enough that sometimes the Dursleys forgot he existed. That was the goal. Be invisible. Be useful. Be nothing worth noticing. It worked until it didn't. Vernon Dursley came home from work in a mood that Harry recognized, the kind that meant whiskey for dinner and a leather belt afterward if Harry so much as breathed too loudly. Something had gone wrong at Grunnings, some deal fallen through or promotion denied, and Vernon needed something to hit. Harry tried to disappear into his cupboard early, but Dudley blocked the door with a grin that showed too many teeth. "Dad wants you," Dudley said. "Something about the garden." The garden was fine. Harry had weeded it twice, checked every flower bed, trimmed the hedges until his arms ached. But it didn't matter what the garden looked like. What mattered was that Vernon wanted an excuse, and an excuse was what Vernon would have. Harry walked into the living room with his shoulders hunched and his eyes down. He'd learned that posture carefully over 8 years of life in this house. Submissive. Non-threatening. Small. Vernon sat in his favorite chair, a glass of amber liquid in his hand, his face flushed an unhealthy red. "The roses," Vernon said, and his voice was too quiet, too controlled. Harry preferred it when Vernon shouted. The quiet voice meant something worse was coming. "You killed my roses." "I didn't, don't lie to me, boy." Harry closed his mouth. The roses were fine. He'd checked them that morning, watered them, made sure they were perfect. But he could see in Vernon's eyes that the truth didn't matter. Vernon had decided what had happened, and nothing Harry said would change it. "Petunia's roses," Vernon continued, hauling himself out of the chair with a grunt. "Her mother's roses, passed down through generations, and you killed them with your freakishness." The word hit Harry like a physical blow. Freakishness. That was what the Dursleys called it when strange things happened. When Harry ended up on the school roof after Dudley's gang chased him. When his hair grew back overnight after Aunt Petunia hacked it off. When Dudley's birthday cake exploded before Harry could be blamed for not making it perfect enough. Freakishness was the worst thing Harry could be. "I didn't," Harry whispered, but Vernon was already unbuckling his belt, and Harry knew with cold certainty that it didn't matter what he said, what he did, what the truth was. Vernon was going to hurt him, and no one would stop it, and no one would care. The belt came down. Harry didn't scream. He'd learned not to scream, because screaming made it last longer, made Vernon angrier, made everything worse. He curled into himself on the floor and took the blows and waited for it to end. But it didn't end. Vernon's rage had found an outlet, and 8 years of hatred for the freakish nephew dumped on his doorstep came pouring out in every strike. The belt wasn't enough. Vernon's fists joined in, then his feet, and somewhere in the assault Vernon's hands found Harry's throat. Harry couldn't breathe. He clawed at Vernon's fingers, but he was 8 years old and malnourished, and Vernon was a grown man with 250 pounds of fury behind his grip. Black spots danced in Harry's vision. His lungs burned. His heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped animal. He was going to die. The thought crystallized in Harry's mind with perfect clarity. Vernon was going to kill him, here in this living room with the floral wallpaper and the family photos that didn't include Harry, and no one would care. Aunt Petunia would probably be relieved. Dudley would get his second bedroom back full-time. The world would go on without Harry Potter, and he would be forgotten before his body was even cold. No. Something inside Harry rose up against that thought. Something ancient and cold and furious, something that had been sleeping in his soul since before he could remember. It looked at Vernon Dursley with contempt that could have frozen oceans. "No. You do not get to end me." The magic that erupted from Harry wasn't like the accidental bursts he'd experienced before. Those had been reflexive, defensive, uncontrolled. This was directed. Intentional. A spike of pure force that lanced out from Harry's dying body and struck Vernon Dursley directly in the heart. Vernon's grip loosened. His eyes went wide. He staggered backward, clutching his chest, and collapsed to the floor like a puppet with cut strings. Harry gasped for air, coughing, retching, dragging himself away from his uncle's motionless form. His vision swam. His throat felt like raw meat. But he was alive. Vernon wasn't moving. For 37 eternal seconds, Vernon Desley's heart stopped beating. His face went gray. His chest didn't rise. Harry watched with something between horror and satisfaction as the man who had tormented him for 8 years lay dead on the living room floor. Then Vernon gasped, and his heart started again, and he began to scream. The wizards came within the hour. Harry didn't understand what was happening when the living room fireplace exploded with green flame and people in robes stepped out of the inferno. He didn't understand the words they used, ministry, obliviation, accidental magic, or why they looked at him with such fear in their eyes. He didn't understand why they bound his hands with glowing ropes or why they wouldn't let him speak. He understood when they put him in a cell. The holding facility beneath the Ministry of Magic was cold and dark, and the silence pressed against Harry's ears like a physical weight. They left him there for 3 days without explanation, without food beyond stale bread and water, without any indication of what would happen to him. On the 4th day, they took him to trial. The Wisengamot chamber was vast and circular, ringed with tiered benches filled with witches and wizards in plum-colored robes. Harry stood in a chair at the center of the room, the chair's arms wrapped around his wrists like shackles, and tried to understand how his life had led him here. Harry James Potter, a voice boomed from the highest bench. The speaker was a severe man with a thin mustache and eyes like chips of granite. You stand accused of attempted murder through the use of dark magic against a muggle, in violation of the Statute of Secrecy and the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery. How do you plead? Harry opened his mouth to answer, but no sound came out. His throat still ached from Vernon's hands, and the fear that gripped him seemed to have stolen his voice entirely. The accused fails to enter a plea, the severe man said. Let the record show that Harry Potter offers no defense for his actions. He's 8 years old, Bartemius. Someone in the crowd shouted. He hasn't even got a wand. Age does not excuse dark magic, the severe man, Bartemius, replied coldly. If anything, the youth of the accused makes this case more alarming. A wizard capable of stopping a grown man's heart at 8 years old, without a wand, without training, this is precisely the sort of threat our laws were designed to address. He was being attacked, another voice called. The Aura report clearly states, that the accused used lethal force against a muggle who was attempting to discipline him. Discipline, might I remind this court, that the accused's own guardians deemed appropriate. Are we now in the business of executing muggles for raising difficult children? Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Harry looked around desperately, searching for anyone who might help him, anyone who might understand that he hadn't meant to hurt Vernon, not really, he just wanted to survive, wanted to breathe, wanted to live. Where is Dumbledore? Someone called. Surely he should speak on the boy's behalf. Bartemius's smile was thin and satisfied. The chief warlock is regrettably detained by urgent international confederation business. A crisis in Eastern Europe, I believe. Most unfortunate timing. His tone suggested the timing was anything but unfortunate. The trial, if it could be called that, lasted less than an hour. Harry listened numbly as witch after witch, wizard after wizard spoke about the danger he represented, the precedent that must be set, the message that must be sent. A few voices rose in his defense, but they were drowned out by the tide of fear that Bartemius Crouch orchestrated with surgical precision. The boy who lived, they called him, Crouch said in his closing statement, his voice carrying easily through the silent chamber. The child who defeated the darkest wizard of our age. We celebrated him as a hero, never questioning how an infant might accomplish such a feat. Now we see the truth. Harry Potter survived that night not because of love or luck, but because he possesses a capacity for dark magic that rivals the Dark Lord himself. He stopped you-know-whose heart at 1 year old. He stopped his uncle's heart at 8. Who will be next? A schoolmate who angers him? A teacher who disciplines him? One of your own children? Crouch let the question hang in the air, heavy with implication. We have a chance, he continued, to prevent another Dark Lord from rising. To stop this threat before it matures, before it learns to focus its power, before it decides that stopping hearts is not enough. The choice before us is simple: do we wait until Harry Potter becomes unstoppable? Or do we act now, while action is still possible? The vote wasn't even close. 43-12 in favor of conviction. Bartemius Crouch pronounced the sentence with evident satisfaction: life imprisonment in Azkaban, to be reviewed upon the accused's 17th birthday. Harry Potter, 8 years old, became the youngest prisoner in Azkaban's history. The boat to Azkaban crossed waters that seemed to drink the light. Harry huddled in the bottom of the small vessel, his wrists still bound, 2 Aurors sitting at either end with their wands drawn as if he might explode at any moment. The sky overhead was a uniform gray, the sea a darker shade of the same nothing, and as they traveled further from the coast, the temperature dropped until Harry could see his breath misting in the air. "First time I've transported a kid," one of the Aurors muttered to his partner. "Doesn't feel right." "Dark wizards are dark wizards," the other replied, but he didn't sound convinced. "Crouch knows what he's doing." "Does he?" "Because what I saw in that trial, shut it. We do our jobs, we go home to our families. That's all." Harry listened but didn't respond. He'd learned over 4 days in ministry holding that speaking only made things worse. The wizards had already decided what he was. Nothing he said would change their minds. The island emerged from the fog like a nightmare given form. Azkaban was a fortress of black stone that jutted from the sea like a rotting tooth, its walls lined with windows that gaped like empty eye sockets. The architecture was wrong in ways Harry couldn't articulate, angles that didn't quite meet, proportions that made his head ache if he looked too long. As the boat approached the dock, a cold deeper than the physical settled into Harry's bones. And then he heard them. Not with his ears. The sound came from somewhere inside his chest, a frequency that bypassed his senses entirely and spoke directly to something buried in his soul. Whispers. Thousands of them. Voices layered upon voices, each one crying out in despair or rage or grief, each one reaching for him like drowning men reaching for the surface. Harry looked up at the fortress and saw shapes moving behind the windows. Tall, cloaked figures that drifted rather than walked, their presence leaving trails of frost on the ancient stone. Dementors. The Aurors noticed his attention and exchanged uneasy glances. "Don't look at them," one advised. "Don't think about them. And whatever you do, don't let them touch you." "Their kiss, he doesn't need to know about the kiss," the other cut in sharply. "He'll learn soon enough." They marched Harry up the dock and through the gates of Azkaban, past walls that wept with moisture and floors that crunched with ice. The cold intensified with every step, and the whispers in Harry's chest grew louder, more distinct. He began to pick out individual voices, individual memories, a woman screaming as her children were murdered, a man sobbing as his mind unraveled, a child crying for parents who would never come. His mother. Harry stumbled as the memory hit him. A flash of green light. A woman's voice begging for his life. The sound of her body hitting the floor. "Move it," an Auror said, shoving him forward, and Harry forced his legs to work even as his mind reeled from what he'd just experienced. That was his mother. His mother's death. How could he remember something that happened when he was a baby? How could he? His cell was at the end of a long corridor, past dozens of other doors that moaned with the voices of the damned. The Aurors removed his bindings, pushed him inside, and slammed the door shut behind him. He heard locks clicking, wards activating, magic sealing him in. Harry stood alone in the dark and listened to the whispers of 10,000 broken souls. The first night was the worst. Harry had thought he knew what suffering felt like. He'd lived 8 years with the Dursleys, 8 years of cupboards and hunger and violence, 8 years of being told he was worthless, freakish, better off dead. He'd built walls inside himself, defenses against the constant assault on his spirit. The Dementors walked through those walls like they didn't exist. Every terrible memory Harry possessed came flooding back with crystal clarity. Every blow Vernon had ever landed. Every insult Petunia had ever spat. Every time Dudley and his gang had hunted Harry through the streets. The endless, grinding loneliness of being a child nobody wanted, a burden nobody asked for, a freak who ruined everything just by existing. Harry curled into a ball on the cold stone floor and screamed until his voice gave out. But underneath the agony, something else stirred. It was the same thing that had risen up when Vernon was killing him. The cold, ancient presence that lived somewhere in the depths of Harry's soul. It watched the Dementors' assault with something that might have been curiosity, and when Harry's screams finally faded to whimpers, it reached out. The whispers changed. Harry couldn't explain how or why, but the cascade of borrowed memories slowed, then stopped entirely. The Dementor that had been hovering outside his cell, he could feel it there, a wound in the fabric of reality, seemed to hesitate. "Who are you?" The question came from the cold place inside Harry, directed outward with a force he didn't know he possessed. The Dementor didn't respond in words. It responded in sensation, a rush of images and emotions that crashed over Harry like a wave. He saw things that couldn't be real, an ocean without a shore, a crown made of shadow, a kingdom that existed in the spaces between heartbeats. He saw the Dementors as they saw themselves, not monsters, but servants, guardians of a threshold, keepers of an ancient compact. They were waiting for something. Waiting for someone. Harry's consciousness flickered at the edges, overwhelmed by information no human mind was meant to process. But before he fell into unconsciousness, he heard something else. A single word, spoken in a language older than speech itself. King. Time moved differently in Azkaban. Days blurred into weeks, weeks into months. Harry lost track of how long he'd been imprisoned, lost track of everything except the whispers and the cold and the slow transformation taking place in his mind. He stopped fighting the Dementor's influence. It was pointless anyway, there was nothing to distract him from his memories, nothing to cling to that might keep the despair at bay. Instead, he listened. He let the borrowed memories wash over him and through him, and he began to understand. The Dementors weren't attacking him. They were teaching him. Each memory they shared carried information, context, understanding. Harry learned magic through the recollections of prisoners who had once been powerful wizards, their techniques, their theories, their hard-won wisdom all flowing into his mind like water into a sponge. He learned politics through the memories of ministry officials who had ended up on the wrong side of power shifts. He learned secrets that had been buried with the dead, histories that had been erased from the books, truths that would shake the wizarding world to its foundations. And he learned about himself. The Dementors showed him the night his parents died, but not from his mother's perspective. They showed him from the Dementor's perspective, the creature that had been drawn to Godric's Hollow by the massive release of dark energy, that had arrived just in time to witness Voldemort's curse rebounding on its caster. Harry watched his infant self absorb a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul, saw the piece of Voldemort settle into his being like a parasite burrowing into flesh. He should have been horrified. He felt only cold acknowledgement. "Is that why you speak to me?" he asked the Dementor that had become his constant companion. "Because I carry part of him?" "No." The response came as sensation, as meaning without words. "Because you carry more than him. You carry the cold. The same cold we serve." Harry didn't understand. Not then. But he filed the information away and continued to learn. Months passed. Harry grew taller, his body adapting to deprivation in ways that would have killed a normal child. His hair grew long and wild. His skin took on a pallid, almost translucent quality. And his eyes, already an unusual shade of green, developed an inner luminescence that made the Aurors who delivered his meals flinch away from his gaze. He spoke to no one. There was no one to speak to. The other prisoners in this wing were either catatonic or raving, their minds shattered by decades of Dementor exposure. But he listened to their memories as the creatures shared them, adding their knowledge to his growing collection. By the end of his first year, Harry knew more magic than most Hogwarts graduates. By the end of his second year, he could feel the Dementor's emotions, if emotion was the right word, as clearly as his own. By the end of his 3rd year, he understood what the cold place inside him truly was. And on the day of his 11th birthday, he decided it was time to leave. Harry hadn't seen another living wizard in 8 months when the ministry delegation arrived. He heard them before he saw them, footsteps echoing through corridors that normally knew only the silence of the damned. Voices, raised in argument. Fear, radiating from them like heat from a fire. Can't just release him, Amelia. You saw the trial transcripts. I saw a travesty of justice perpetrated against a child, Cornelius. A woman's voice, sharp and uncompromising. And now I have a court order requiring his release. You can argue with the Wisengamot if you like, but you'll do it without my orders. Crouch will, crouch is exactly why this order was issued. Did you really think no one would investigate? Did you think we'd never discover that he manufactured the ICW crisis to keep Dumbledore away from the trial? That he suppressed evidence showing the boy was acting in self-defense? Silence. Harry smiled in the darkness of his cell. He'd known about Crouch's manipulation for 2 years. The Dementors had shown him memories of ministry workers who'd helped arrange it. He'd wondered how long it would take the truth to surface. This will be a disaster, the man, Cornelius, said weakly. The public won't, the prophet will. The public will learn that we imprisoned a child for defending himself against a man who was beating him to death. If that's a disaster, it's one we created. The footsteps grew closer. Harry rose from his seat on the floor and faced the door, composing his features into careful neutrality. He could feel the Dementors gathering in the corridor beyond, drawn by his attention, awaiting his will. Locks clicked. Wards dissolved. The door swung open to reveal a square-jawed woman with a monocle and a gray-streaked auburn hair, flanked by Aurors who looked ready to flee. Harry Potter, the woman said. Her voice was steady, but Harry could see the uncertainty in her eyes, the way she couldn't quite decide if she was looking at a victim or a threat. I'm Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I'm here to inform you that your conviction has been overturned. You're free to go. Harry tilted his head, considering her. In the corridor behind her, Dementors drifted closer, and the temperature dropped sharply enough that one of the Aurors' breath began to mist. Free, Harry repeated. The word felt strange in his mouth. Foreign. Free to go where? Amelia's expression flickered, surprise, perhaps, at the calm in his voice. That will need to be determined. Your relatives are not an option. No. No, I suppose they're not. She straightened, professional composure reasserting itself. Hogwarts term begins in 6 weeks. Professor Dumbledore has indicated that you would be welcome to attend, if you choose. In the meantime, arrangements can be made for supervised housing. That won't be necessary. Harry stepped forward, and the Aurors raised their wands reflexively. He ignored them, his attention fixed on Amelia Bones. I'll need access to my family vault, he said. And my parents' properties. I assume my status as heir to House Potter remains intact despite my conviction. Amelia's monocle glinted in the dim light. You've been in Azkaban since you were 8 years old. How do you know about your family's holdings? Harry smiled. It wasn't a pleasant expression. I've had excellent teachers. Behind him, a Dementor drifted through the open cell door and hovered at his shoulder like a bodyguard. Amelia's hand twitched toward her wand. They won't hurt you, Harry said. Unless you give them reason to. Mr. Potter, Harry, you can't simply command Dementors. They're creatures of the Ministry, bound by ancient, they're bound by something much older than the Ministry, Madam Bones. And I've had 3 years to learn what that something is. Harry stepped past her into the corridor, and the gathered Dementors parted before him like waves before a ship. Now, if you don't mind, I believe I have a school to attend. I'd hate to miss orientation. The boat ride back to the mainland was very different from the journey 3 years before. Harry sat in the prow, facing forward, watching the grey sky lighten as they moved away from Azkaban's oppressive influence. Behind him, Amelia Bones and 2 Aurors manned the vessel, none of them speaking, all of them stealing glances at the boy who had walked out of hell intact. Young Tonks, Harry had caught her name from overheard conversations, kept changing her hair color, apparently unable to settle on a single shade. He found it oddly endearing. A small piece of normality in a world that had become anything but. "You're a metamorphmagus," Harry said, not turning around. "Rare gift. The Blacks had it in their bloodline." Tonks jumped, nearly capsizing the boat. "How did you? I mean, yes, but, family magic." Harry finally turned to look at her, and she flinched at the weight of his gaze. He softened his expression deliberately, remembering how to appear harmless. "The Blacks were connected to the Potters through my grandmother. Doria Black, if memory serves." "Your memory serves rather well for someone who's been locked in Azkaban since age 8, Amelia observed. "As I said. Excellent teachers." They lapsed into silence again. Harry watched the coastline grow closer, listened to the whispers in his chest fade as the distance from Azkaban increased. The Dementors who had followed him off the island remained there, waiting at the shore. They would be there when he returned, and he would return, eventually. The Dementors had shown him things in the depths of that fortress, things that would require his attention someday soon. But not today. Today was for other purposes. "What do you know about Bartemius Crouch?" Harry asked as the boat approached the mainland dock. Amelia's expression shuddered. "He's the senior undersecretary to the minister. Former head of the DMLE. Why? He sentenced an 8-year-old to life in prison for the crime of surviving." Harry stepped off the boat onto the dock, his bare feet leaving frost patterns on the wood. "I'd like to thank him personally." "Mr. Potter, that was a joke, Madam Bones." Harry glanced back at her, and for just a moment, something almost like warmth crossed his features. "Mostly. I have no immediate plans to harm Bartemius Crouch. But I am very, very curious to learn why he went to such lengths to ensure I ended up in Azkaban." He turned and walked up the dock toward the Ministry processing station, leaving the Aurors to scramble after him. Behind him, on the distant shore of Azkaban, a single Dementor raised its hooded head and screamed into the wind, a sound of triumph that carried across the water like the cry of a hunting horn. The boy who fell had risen. And the wizarding world was not prepared for what he had become. The Ministry Processing Center was a study in controlled chaos. Harry sat in a hard wooden chair, surrounded by officials who couldn't decide if they should treat him as a victim or a criminal. Papers shuffled. Quills scratched. Owls came and went through windows that opened onto impossible skies. Through it all, Harry waited with a patience that unnerved everyone who witnessed it. "We'll need to take a statement," a nervous clerk explained, his voice cracking slightly. "About your time in, about the conditions were exactly what you'd expect from Azkaban," Harry said. "Cold. Dark. Dementors. I survived. There's nothing more to say. But the court order requires my release and the restoration of my rights as a citizen of magical Britain. It does not require me to relive 3 years of imprisonment for your paperwork." Harry's voice didn't rise, didn't sharpen, but the clerk went pale and stumbled back a step. "Process my release documents. I have appointments to keep." The clerk fled to consult with his superiors. Harry allowed himself a small smile. 3 years of silence had taught him the value of few words and heavy presence. People filled silences with their own fears, their own assumptions. Let them. Their fear was a tool, and Harry had learned to use every tool available. A door opened at the far end of the processing center, and a man walked through who made Harry's cold core sit up and take notice. He was old, impossibly old, with a silver beard that could have swept the floor and robes covered in moving stars. But his eyes were what caught Harry's attention. They were blue and sharp and carried the weight of decades of power, decades of secrets, decades of choices that had shaped the world. Albus Dumbledore stopped in front of Harry's chair and looked down at him with an expression that mingled sorrow and curiosity in equal measure. "Harry," he said softly. "I am so terribly sorry." Harry studied the man who had supposedly defeated Grindelwald, who had been called the greatest wizard of the age, who had failed to protect an 8-year-old boy from being thrown into magical hell. "Are you?" Harry asked. Dumbledore flinched as if struck. "I should have been there. At your trial. I should have, you should have done many things, Professor. But you didn't." Harry rose from his chair, and even standing barely 5 feet tall, he somehow seemed to look Dumbledore in the eye. "The question now is what you intend to do going forward." "I intend to ensure you receive the education you deserve," Dumbledore said. "Hogwarts is open to you, Harry. It always has been." "And Bartemius Crouch?" Something flickered in Dumbledore's ancient eyes, recognition, calculation, perhaps a hint of warning. "Bartemius is a complicated man," he said carefully. "He did great service during the war against Voldemort. He also did great harm, and continues to do so in ways that, he manufactured the crisis that kept you away from my trial." Harry watched Dumbledore's face carefully as he spoke. "He suppressed evidence. He railroaded an 8-year-old into Azkaban because—" Harry paused, considering. "Because of something. I haven't determined what yet. But I will." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was heavy with something that might have been respect. "You've changed, Harry. 3 years ago, you were a frightened child. Now I'm something else entirely." Harry turned toward the exit, pausing at the threshold. "I'll see you at Hogwarts, Professor. I have family business to attend to first." He walked out of the Ministry Processing Center without looking back, leaving the greatest wizard of the age staring after him with troubled eyes. Gringotts Wizarding Bank squatted at the end of Diagon Alley like a white marble monument to the power of gold. Harry walked through the leaky cauldron and into the alley with his prison robes drawing stares from every direction. He ignored them all, his attention fixed on the goblin fortress ahead. The whispers in his chest had grown quieter since leaving Azkaban's influence, but they hadn't disappeared entirely. He could still feel echoes of the memories he'd absorbed, including several that pertained to what awaited him inside those walls. The goblins at the door took one look at him and stepped aside without a word. Harry smiled humorlessly. Word traveled fast in the magical world, and the goblins had always been excellent at gathering information. Inside, the bank's main hall bustled with activity, witches and wizards queuing at teller windows, goblins hurrying between stations with bags of gold and stacks of paperwork. Harry walked past all of it, heading directly for the account manager's office at the rear of the building. A goblin intercepted him before he could reach the door. "Mr. Potter," the creature said, bowing slightly. "We've been expecting you. Director Ragnarok wishes to speak with you personally." "Does he?" Harry allowed himself to be led through a series of increasingly secure passages, noting the wards and guards with professional interest. The goblins took their security seriously, and from what the Dementors' memories had shown him, they had good reason to. Director Ragnarok's office was surprisingly modest, a stone room with a single desk, a few chairs, and walls lined with weapons rather than artwork. The goblin behind the desk was old even by goblin standards, his face a map of wrinkles and scars that spoke to a lifetime of violence. "Harry Potter," Ragnarok said, not rising. "The boy who lived. The child who fell. And now, it seems, something else entirely." "Sit." Harry sat. "You've been managing my family's accounts. For 3 generations. Your grandfather was a friend of the Goblin Nation. Your father continued that friendship, though the war limited his involvement. And now." Ragnarok's black eyes glittered with something that might have been amusement. "Now I find myself wondering what the third Potter wizard will bring to our relationship." "That depends," Harry said, on what you can tell me about why Bartemius Crouch wanted me in Azkaban. Ragnar's expression didn't change, but his fingers tightened almost imperceptibly on the arms of his chair. An interesting question, he said. What makes you think I have the answer? Because goblins know everything that involves gold, and everything in the wizarding world involves gold eventually. Harry leaned forward. I spent 3 years having my mind opened in ways that would drive most wizards mad. I absorbed memories from prisoners who'd been in Azkaban since before I was born, ministry officials, Death Eaters, former Aurors. I know about the Potter Vaults, Director. All of them. Including the ones that aren't supposed to exist. Silence stretched between them. Then, slowly, Ragnar smiled, a terrifying expression involving far too many pointed teeth. Your grandfather would have liked you, he said. Very well, Harry Potter. Let me tell you about the inheritance that Bartemius Crouch tried so hard to keep you from claiming. The story Ragnar told painted a picture Harry hadn't expected. The Potter family, it seemed, had not always been a minor noble house content to brew hair potions and play at politics. Centuries ago, before the ministry existed, before the statute of secrecy hid magic from the world, the Potters had been something else entirely. Wardens, Ragnar said. That was the title. Each great magical family had a purpose, a duty they'd been bound to since the founding of magical Britain. The Blacks guarded the old ways, the death rituals and the blood magic. The Malfoys controlled commerce and trade. The Longbottoms protected the sacred groves where magic still grew wild. And the Potters? Ragnar's smile widened. The Potters guarded the threshold between life and death. They were the ones who maintained the old compacts, who ensured that what was dead stayed dead, and that what should never die, never truly lived. Harry felt the cold place inside him stir at the words. The Dementors. Among other things. Ragnar rose from his chair and walked to a wall where a particular weapon hung, a sword, ancient and dark, its blade carved with runes that seemed to drink the light. The Potters forged the first binding, 1,000 years before Azkaban was built. They created the vessel that would contain the creatures of shadow, give them purpose, keep them from devouring everything in their path. And Crouch knew this? Crouch discovered it 20 years ago, while researching ways to weaponize Dementors against the Death Eaters. Ragnar turned back to face Harry. He found references to the old compact, the blood magic that bound the Dementors to the Potter line. He realized that if the Potter bloodline ever fully awakened to its heritage, they could command the Dementors with absolute authority. So he sent me to Azkaban. Harry's voice was flat, emotionless. He thought the Dementors would kill me. Or drive you mad, or consume your soul, or simply leave you too broken to ever claim your birthright. Instead. Ragnar's laugh was sharp and bitter. Instead, you did what no Potter has done in 5 centuries. You woke up. Harry sat in silence, processing what he'd learned. It explained so much, the way the Dementors had responded to him, the memories they'd shared, the word they'd whispered in that ancient language. King. The inheritance, Harry said finally. What does it involve? Ragnar reached into his desk and withdrew a small box of black iron, covered in runes that matched those on the sword. Your family ring, he said. Last worn by your grandfather, Charles Potter. He died before he could pass it to your father, and James never knew it existed. Your grandmother hid it away, afraid of what the responsibility might mean for her son. And now? And now it's yours, if you choose to claim it. Ragnar set the box on the desk between them. But know this, Harry Potter, that ring carries weight. Put it on, and you accept the duty of the Potters. You become the Warden of the Threshold, the Commander of the Shadowborn, the one who stands between the living and the dead. Harry looked at the box for a long moment. Then he reached out and opened it. The ring inside was simple, a band of dark metal set with a single black stone that seemed to swallow light. As Harry picked it up, the cold inside him surged with recognition. It's been waiting, he murmured. For a very long time. The ring chooses, Ragnarok said. If it accepts you, Harry slid the ring onto his finger. The world went white. He stood in a place that existed between heartbeats, a threshold space where the living and the dead brushed against each other like passing strangers. Before him stretched an endless plain of grey ash, and in the distance, an ocean of darkness lapped against shores that had never known sunlight. Figures moved in that darkness, not Dementors, but something older, something that the Dementors had once been before they were bound and shaped and given purpose. Welcome, child of shadow. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, and it carried the weight of millennia. We have waited so long for you. What are you? Harry asked, and his voice echoed strangely in the empty space. We are what remains. What was cast aside when the world was young and magic was wild. We are the hunger that lives in every heart, the cold that waits at the end of every road. Images flooded Harry's mind, the history of his bloodline, stretching back beyond recorded memory. He saw the first potter, a man with his eyes and his face, standing at the edge of this very ocean. He saw the compact being forged, the binding that transformed mindless hunger into something that could be controlled. He saw generations of potters maintaining the threshold, keeping the darkness contained, paying a price in blood and sanity that the wizarding world never knew. And he saw the moment it began to unravel. Your grandfather was the last, the voice said. He died before he could pass the mantle, and the compact began to weaken. The binding holds, but barely. The hunger grows. And beneath the fortress you call Azkaban, something stirs that should remain sleeping. Harry thought of the whispers he'd heard in the depths of his cell, the sense of something vast and ancient lurking beneath the prison's foundations. The drowned king, he said. The voice seemed to shiver with something like fear. Do not speak that name, child. Not here. Not where it might hear. You have taken up the mantle of your ancestors, now you must fulfill the compact. Strengthen the binding. Contain what seeks to wake. Or all that lives will drown in darkness. The vision shattered, and Harry found himself back in Ragnarok's office, gasping for breath, the black ring burning cold on his finger. What did you see? Ragnarok asked. Harry looked down at the ring, at the power he'd accepted, at the responsibility that now sat on his shoulders like a physical weight. I saw why Crouch should have killed me when he had the chance, Harry said. Because now I know what I am. And I know what's coming. He rose from his chair, and the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to lean toward him, drawn to the cold that radiated from his presence. I need to get to Hogwarts, Harry said. I have a great deal to learn before the year is out. And I suspect I'll have very little time for lessons once I've learned it. The Hogwarts Express departed from platform 9 3/4 at precisely 11 o'clock on September 1st, as it had done for over a century. Harry arrived with minutes to spare, wearing new robes from Madame Malkin's and carrying a trunk that contained everything he'd purchased for his first year of school. His wand, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, chosen after a visit to Ollivanders that had left the old wandmaker looking deeply unsettled, rested in a holster on his forearm. He looked, for all intents and purposes, like a normal 11-year-old wizard heading off to school. But the other students parted around him like water around a stone, sensing something their conscious minds couldn't identify. Parents pulled their children closer. Prefects found reasons to look elsewhere. Even the Hogwarts Express itself seemed to grow quieter as Harry approached, its cheerful scarlet dimming slightly in his presence. Harry boarded without acknowledging any of it. He found an empty compartment at the rear of the train and settled in to wait. The whispers of the Dementors were far away now, barely audible over the noise of the platform. But the ring on his finger pulsed with cold awareness, and Harry could feel the weight of his new responsibilities pressing down on him. Warden of the Threshold. Commander of the Shadowborn. The boy who walked into Azkaban and walked out something more than human. He had 6 years of schooling ahead of him, 6 years to learn what every witch and wizard learned, plus everything the Dementors had already taught him. 6 years to prepare for whatever lurked beneath the fortress where he'd spent his childhood. And somewhere in the Ministry of Magic, Bartemius Crouch was sitting in his office, completely unaware that the child he tried to destroy was now coming for answers. Harry smiled as the train began to move, carrying him toward his future. It wasn't a warm smile. But it was, for the first time in 3 years, genuinely his own. The compartment door slid open halfway through the journey. A girl with bushy brown hair and a slightly frantic expression stood in the doorway, her robes already rumpled despite the train having barely started moving. "Excuse me," she said, her words tumbling out in a rush. "Have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one, and I've been helping him look," and she stopped abruptly, her eyes widening as she took in Harry's appearance. He knew what she was seeing: the pallid skin, the too long hair, the unsettling green eyes that had spent 3 years learning to see in absolute darkness. Most people who looked at him that way turned and fled. This girl leaned forward, curiosity overriding her fear. "You're Harry Potter," she said. It wasn't a question. "I am. I read about you. In modern magical history, and the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century, and," she caught herself, taking a visible breath. "I'm Hermione Granger. I'm Muggle-born, first witch in my family, and I know everything they wrote about you is probably wrong because I researched the trial transcripts and the whole thing was clearly a miscarriage of justice that any competent legal system should have." Hermione blinked, thrown off by the interruption. Then she squared her shoulders, stepped into the compartment, and sat across from him with the air of someone who had just made an important decision. "The toad," Harry said. "Neville Longbottom's toad." "Yes. Trevor. He keeps escaping." Harry closed his eyes and reached out with senses that had nothing to do with sight. The train was full of magical signatures, hundreds of young witches and wizards, owls and cats and various other familiars, enchantments woven into every surface. Finding one toad should have been impossible. But Harry had learned to track far more elusive things in the dark. "Third compartment from the front," he said, opening his eyes. "Under the seat. He's afraid of the ginger cat in the luggage rack." Hermione stared at him. "How did you?" "I spent 3 years surrounded by creatures that could sense every living thing within miles," Harry said. "Some of it rubbed off." She was quiet for a moment, processing this information. Then, to Harry's surprise, she smiled. "That's fascinating," she said. "The theory of magical absorption is well documented, but I've never heard of it applying to sensory capabilities. Is it limited to proximity detection, or can you identify specific individuals? Does it work through physical barriers? What about magical shielding?" Harry found himself smiling back, a real smile, small and surprised. "I don't know," he admitted. "I haven't exactly had opportunities to test the limits." "We should run experiments," Hermione said, her eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. "Controlled conditions, variable distances, different types of barriers. If we can document the parameters of your abilities, we could contribute significantly to the academic literature on magical transference." "You want to study me?" "I want to understand magic. All magic." She leaned forward, and Harry saw the same hunger in her eyes that he felt in his own heart, the drive to know, to comprehend, to never be caught off guard by ignorance again. "Everyone else on this train wants to learn enough to pass their exams. I want to learn everything." Harry considered the girl in front of him, her brilliance, her intensity, her complete lack of fear in the face of something most people found terrifying. "Find Trevor," he said. "Then come back. I'll tell you about the Dementors, and you can tell me about everything else." Hermione scrambled to her feet, but she paused at the door. "Why?" she asked. "Why talk to me? From what I've read, you haven't spoken to anyone since your release." Harry thought about the question, about the loneliness of the past 3 years, about the weight of secrets that no 11-year-old should have to carry. "Because you didn't run," he said. "And because I think we're both looking for the same thing." "What's that?" "The truth. About everything." Hermione nodded, as if this was the most reasonable answer in the world. Then she was gone, hurrying off to rescue an errant toad. Harry watched her go, and the cold place inside him felt, for just a moment, a little less cold. Night had fallen by the time the Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station. Harry followed the crowd of first-years toward the lake, where a massive man with a wild beard was calling them toward a fleet of small boats. The students whispered and pointed at Harry, but he ignored them, his attention fixed on the castle that had just come into view. Hogwarts rose from the darkness like a dream made stone, its towers and turrets glowing with warm light against the star-filled sky. Harry felt magic radiating from every inch of it, ancient power, layered over centuries, soaked into the very bedrock. And beneath that magic, something else. Something that resonated with the cold inside him. The threshold, Harry realized. The castle itself was built on a junction between worlds, a place where the boundaries were thin. No wonder the founders had chosen this location. Beautiful, isn't it? Hermione said, appearing at his elbow. She'd found Neville and his toad, and the nervous boy now hovered behind her like a shadow. I've read all about the architecture. The central keep dates back to the 10th century, though portions have been rebuilt multiple times. The enchantments maintaining the ceiling in the Great Hall are among the most complex, Hermione, Harry said gently. Perhaps let us experience it first. She flushed but nodded, falling into companionable silence as the boats carried them across the black water. The sorting took place in the Great Hall, before the entire assembled school. Harry watched student after student approach the ancient hat, waiting for his name with the patience Azkaban had taught him. Potter, Harry. The whispers that had been following him all day became a roar. Every eye in the hall turned to watch as he approached the stool, and even the teachers at the high table seemed to hold their breath. Harry sat. Professor McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. Well, well. The hat's voice spoke directly into Harry's mind, and it sounded genuinely surprised. What do we have here? Not what I expected at all. You expected the boy who lived. I expected a child shaped by prophecy and pain. Instead, I find something quite different. The hat seemed to be rummaging through Harry's memories, and he let it. There was no point in hiding from something that existed solely to sort students. Oh. Oh my. Dementors. You've been touched by things that shouldn't touch anyone. I survived. You did more than survive, Mr. Potter. You adapted. Changed. Became something new. The hat's tone shifted, becoming thoughtful. The question is, what shall we do with you now? I need to learn. Yes. But there are different kinds of learning. Gryffindor would teach you courage, but you've already learned that in the hardest school possible. Ravenclaw would nurture your mind, but your mind has already been expanded in ways their books can't match. Hufflepuff, no, loyalty is not your primary virtue. Which leaves, Slytherin. The hat laughed in his mind. You've already decided. I need allies. Resources. Political knowledge. Slytherin is where the old families send their children, the ones who understand how power actually works in magical Britain. A reasonable assessment. But consider, Slytherin is also where you'll find enemies. Children of Death Eaters, purebloods who despised your parents. They won't welcome you. Then I'll teach them otherwise. The hat was silent for a long moment. Very well, Mr. Potter. But remember this, the snake pit is full of vipers. Watch your back, and watch your friends' backs. Not everyone who smiles at you is an ally. The hat's voice rang through the great hall, Slytherin. Silence. Complete, shocked silence. Harry removed the hat and walked toward the table draped in green and silver, toward students who were staring at him with expressions ranging from disbelief to suspicion to outright hostility. He sat at the end of the bench, apart from the others, and turned to watch the rest of the sorting with perfect composure. Inside, the cold place that had kept him alive through 3 years of darkness pulsed with something that might have been satisfaction. The game had begun. Later that night, in the Slytherin common room deep beneath the lake, a blond boy approached Harry's chair by the fire. "Potter," Draco Malfoy said, his voice pitched to carry to every ear in the room. "I'm sure you've heard of my family." "I have. My father says you're dangerous. That you should have stayed in Azkaban where you belonged." Harry didn't rise from his chair. He didn't need to. "Your father," he said quietly, "supported a man who murdered my parents. He bought his freedom by claiming he'd been controlled, but everyone knows the truth. Your father is a coward and a liar, and his opinion means nothing to me." Draco's face went red. His hand moved toward his wand. Harry's eyes met his, and Draco froze. "I spent 3 years learning from the Dementors," Harry said, still in that quiet voice. "They showed me things, Draco. Memories. Secrets. I know what your father did during the war. I know what he's done since. I know things that would destroy your family's reputation overnight." He rose from his chair, and even though Draco was taller, it was Draco who took a step back. "I'm not your enemy," Harry continued. "Not yet. But I am not someone you can bully or intimidate or threaten. Decide now, Draco Malfoy. Do you want to spend the next 7 years fighting a war you can't win? Or do you want to learn what I know, and maybe survive what's coming?" Draco stared at him, his face cycling through emotions, fear, anger, confusion, and finally something that might have been curiosity. "What do you mean, what's coming?" Harry smiled his cold smile. "Ask your father about the drowned king. See what he tells you. Then come back and we'll talk." He walked past Draco toward the dormitories, leaving the Slytherin common room in stunned silence behind him. In his pocket, the ring of his ancestors pulsed with cold approval. Phase 1 complete. The stone ceiling above Harry's bed flickered with green light from the lake, and he lay awake watching the play of shadows. Tomorrow, classes would begin. He would learn to control the wild magic that had kept him alive, learn to use a wand properly, learn all the things normal wizards learned in their first year at school. But underneath those normal lessons, another education would continue. He would search the library for information about the drowned king, about the compact his ancestors had made, about the horror that lurked beneath Azkaban's foundations. He would build alliances among the other students, the powerful, the intelligent, the useful. He would watch Bartemius crouch and wait for the right moment to strike. And somewhere in the back of his mind, the whispers of the Dementors continued, faint but never silent. King, they called him. Perhaps, someday, he would be. But for now, he was just Harry Potter, 11 years old, starting his first year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The boy who fell. The Lord of Shadows. And something else, something new, something that even he didn't fully understand yet. Harry closed his eyes and let the dreams come, dreams of darkness and cold and an ocean without shores, where something ancient was beginning to wake. The game had begun. And Harry intended to win. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Hollow Halls. The news of Harry Potter's sorting spread through the wizarding world like wildfire through dry brush. By the time the morning owls descended on the Great Hall for breakfast, the Daily Prophet had already published 3 separate editions, each more hysterical than the last. Boy who lived sorted into dark house, screamed the headline of the first. Azkaban's child joins Slytherin, parents demand answers, declared the second. The third simply ran a photograph of Harry walking toward the Slytherin table, his face eerily calm, his eyes catching the candlelight in a way that made them seem to glow. Harry ate his breakfast without glancing at the papers, though he was aware of every eye in the hall watching him. "They're saying you should be expelled," Hermione said, sliding onto the bench across from him. She'd apparently decided that house boundaries meant nothing compared to intellectual curiosity. "I counted 17 letters to the editor calling for your removal before I stopped reading." "Only 17. Harry took a bite of toast. "I expected more. The morning's young." A few seats down, Draco Malfoy was watching their interaction with an expression of barely concealed confusion. Harry had spent the previous night analyzing his new housemates, cataloging their allegiances and weaknesses, and Draco remained an interesting puzzle. The boy clearly wanted to hate Harry, his father's influence demanded it, but something about their confrontation had shaken him. Good. Shaken people made mistakes. Mistakes revealed truths. You shouldn't sit here, a girl's voice cut in. Pansy Parkinson, dark-haired and sharp-featured, had planted herself beside Draco with the air of a guard dog protecting its territory. Slytherin doesn't associate with mudbloods. The word hit the air like a slap. Several nearby students flinched. Hermione's face went pale, then red. Harry set down his toast. Pansy Parkinson, he said, his voice carrying just far enough to reach the ears he wanted it to reach. Your mother was Rosalind Selwyn before she married. Third daughter, no inheritance prospects, desperate for any match that would keep her in society. Your father accepted her because his first two choices refused him. Harry paused, letting the information sink in. The Parkinsons haven't held a Wisengamot seat in 4 generations. Your family's wealth comes entirely from your grandmother's dowry, which runs out when she dies. You have perhaps 5 years of relevance left before you become exactly what you're accusing Hermione of being, someone with no standing, no power, and no future except what others deign to give her. Pansy's face had gone the color of curdled milk. How do you? I know many things. Harry returned to his toast. I suggest you consider that before you speak again. Silence fell over the immediate area. Hermione was staring at Harry with an expression somewhere between gratitude and concern. Draco's confusion had deepened into something that looked almost like respect. Pansy fled the table without another word. That was cruel, Hermione said quietly. Yes. Harry didn't deny it. But she won't bother you again. And everyone who heard will think twice before trying the same. Is that how it works in Slytherin? Cruelty and fear. It's how it works everywhere, Hermione. Slytherin is just honest about it. She was quiet for a moment, processing. Then she straightened her shoulders and pulled out her class schedule. We have Transfiguration first, she said. Professor McGonagall. I've read her paper on animate to inanimate transformations. It's brilliant, truly groundbreaking work on the theoretical. Harry let her talk, grateful for the shift in subject. The confrontation with Pansy had served its purpose, but it had also cost him something. Every secret he revealed was a weapon that could no longer be used. He needed to be more careful going forward. The whispers in his chest, never entirely silent since Azkaban, seemed to agree. Transfiguration was held in a high-ceilinged classroom on the first floor, where autumn sunlight streamed through tall windows and dust motes danced in the air like tiny stars. Professor McGonagall stood at the front of the room, her severe features betraying nothing as the students filed in. Harry had seen her at the sorting, had noted the way her lips had tightened when his name was called, the way her eyes had followed him to the Slytherin table. She'd known his parents, according to the memories the Dementors had shared. She'd watched them grow from awkward first years into capable adults, had mourned them when they died. Harry wondered what she saw when she looked at him. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, McGonagall began without preamble. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. She transformed her desk into a pig and back again, drawing gasps from the students who hadn't read ahead. Harry watched with professional interest. The Dementors had shown him memories of transfiguration, prisoners who'd once been masters of the art, but seeing it performed in person was different. He could feel the magic now, could sense the way it reshaped reality according to the caster's will. Today we begin with the most basic transformation, match to needle. McGonagall distributed matches to each student. The incantation is straightforward, but the true challenge lies in visualization. You must see the needle in your mind before it can exist in the world. Harry picked up his match and examined it. Such a small thing, a sliver of wood with a chemical tip. The Dementors had shown him memories of wizards who could transform entire buildings, who could reshape landscapes with a gesture. And here he was, learning to make needles. But foundations mattered. He understood that now. He raised his wand and focused. The match became a needle on his first attempt. McGonagall paused mid-stride, her sharp eyes fixing on Harry's desk. She picked up the needle, examined it, and set it down again without comment. "Well done, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Slytherin." The words were neutral, professional. But Harry caught something in her expression, not quite approval, not quite concern. Something more complicated. Around him, his classmates struggled with their matches. Hermione's had turned silver but retained its wooden shape. Draco's had sprouted a metallic point but refused to fully transform. Even the most naturally talented students needed multiple attempts before achieving anything close to success. Harry made 4 more needles while he waited for the class to catch up. Each one was perfect. Each one cost him nothing, the magic flowed through him like water through a channel, finding its natural path without resistance. The Dementors had broken down walls in his mind that most wizards never knew existed. Magic came easier now, perhaps too easily. "Fascinating," Hermione muttered during a brief pause, examining Harry's collection of needles. "Your technique is completely different from what the textbook describes. You're not forcing the change, you're convincing the match that it was always a needle." "Is that what I'm doing?" "It's advanced conceptualization. Newt-level theory at minimum." Her eyes were bright with curiosity. "The Dementors again? They showed me how things change. How nothing is really fixed." Harry vanished the needles with a gesture that shouldn't have been possible for a first year. "Everything is just waiting to become something else." The days settled into a rhythm. Herbology on Monday, where Harry discovered that plants responded to his presence with the same wariness that animals did. Charms on Tuesday, where Professor Flitwick nearly fell off his stack of books when Harry mastered the levitation charm without speaking. History of Magic on Wednesday, where Professor Binns droned on about goblin rebellions while Harry read 3 years ahead in the textbook. Potions on Thursday, where everything changed. Professor Severus Snape taught potions in the dungeons, in a cold stone room that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Azkaban. The man himself was tall and thin, with greasy black hair and a hooked nose, and he entered the classroom like a crow descending on carrion. "There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class," Snape said, his voice a soft sneer that somehow carried to every corner of the room. "As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making." His black eyes swept the room and landed on Harry. "Ah, yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." The word dripped with contempt. Harry met Snape's gaze without flinching. Something flickered in the professor's expression. Surprise, perhaps, at the lack of reaction. Or recognition of something he hadn't expected to find. "Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat. It counteracts most poisons." "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, also known as aconite." Silence fell over the classroom. Snape stared at Harry for a long moment, and Harry stared back, letting the professor see exactly what 3 years in Azkaban had made of him. "Impressive," Snape said finally, his voice giving nothing away. "It seems fame isn't everything." "Full marks, Potter." The lesson continued, but something had shifted. Snape watched Harry throughout the class with an intensity that went beyond professional assessment. When Harry's Boilcure potion came out perfectly, better than perfectly, actually, a more vivid blue than the textbook described, Snape said nothing. But his eyes followed Harry out of the classroom, and Harry felt the weight of that gaze long after he'd returned to the upper floors. "That was strange," Hermione said as they walked toward the Great Hall for lunch. Professor Snape has a reputation for hating Gryffindors, but I've never heard of him giving anyone full marks on the first day. He doesn't hate Gryffindors. He hates what they represent. Harry considered how much to share. He was in love with my mother. They were childhood friends before Hogwarts. She was Gryffindor, he was Slytherin. They drifted apart, she married my father, and then Voldemort killed her. Hermione's voice was soft. That's horrible. It's human. People make choices that seem right at the time and spend the rest of their lives paying for them. Harry paused at the entrance to the Great Hall, watching the students flow past. Snape made his choices. Now he lives with them. We all do. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, you're very different from what I expected, Harry. What did you expect? I don't know. A hero, maybe. Someone who'd survived terrible things but still believed in good triumphing over evil. She met his eyes. Instead I found someone who sees the world the way it actually is. Without illusions. Illusions are comfortable, Harry said. But they'll get you killed. Is that what Azkaban taught you? Harry's smile didn't reach his eyes. Azkaban taught me many things. That was one of them. October arrived with rain that seemed to fall sideways and winds that howled through the castle's corridors like mourning ghosts. Harry had established a routine, classes in the day, library in the evenings, and careful exploration of the castle's many secrets in the hours when his housemates slept. The Dementors had taught him to function on very little rest, and he used those quiet hours to map Hogwarts' hidden passages, to test the boundaries of the wards that protected its walls. He'd also begun building his network. Draco Malfoy had returned, as Harry had known he would, driven by questions his father had refused to answer. He went pale when I mentioned the drowned king, Draco said one night in an unused classroom on the 4th floor. Genuinely pale, not the theatrical kind. Then he told me to never speak those words again and changed the subject. Did he deny knowing what it meant? No. That's what worried me. Draco leaned against a desk, his aristocratic composure cracking slightly. Potter, what do you know? What's happening? Something old is waking up. Something that was supposed to stay asleep forever. Harry considered the boy in front of him. Draco was arrogant, spoiled, and thoroughly indoctrinated in pure-blood ideology, but he wasn't stupid, and he wasn't a coward, not really. Given the right circumstances, he might become an ally worth having. Your father served Voldemort during the war. He has access to knowledge that most wizards don't. If I'm going to stop what's coming, I need that knowledge. And you expect me to spy on my own father? I expect you to decide what kind of wizard you want to be. Harry's voice was flat, uncompromising. You can follow in your father's footsteps, serve power without understanding it, make compromises that eat away at your soul, end up desperate and afraid like he is now. Or you can learn the truth and make your own choices. Easy for you to say. You don't have a family to disappoint. The words hung in the air, sharp and cold. Harry let the silence stretch until Draco began to fidget. No, Harry said finally. I don't. My family is dead. Murdered by the man your father served. But I'm not asking you to betray your father, Draco. I'm asking you to protect him. What do you mean? The drowned king doesn't care about blood purity or political allegiances. When it wakes, fully wakes, it will consume everything. Muggle-born, pure blood, Death Eater, Auror, none of it will matter. The only thing that will matter is whether we're prepared to fight it. Harry met Draco's eyes. Your father knows this. That's why your question scared him. Help me understand what he knows, and maybe we can stop it before his worst fears come true. Draco was quiet for a long time. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. What do you need? The library became Harry's second home. Madame Pants, the skeletal librarian, had initially regarded him with the same suspicion that colored most adults' reactions to his presence. But Harry was unfailingly polite, returned books in better condition than he'd borrowed them, and never, ever, made noise near the older texts that she guarded like a dragon with her hoard. Within weeks, she'd begun setting aside materials she thought might interest him, books on magical theory and ancient history that weren't technically forbidden but weren't exactly encouraged either. "The restricted section has what I need," Harry told Hermione one evening as they sat at their usual table, surrounded by towers of books. "But Pants won't grant access without a teacher's note." "What are you looking for specifically?" Harry had been careful about how much he revealed to Hermione. She was brilliant, insatiably curious, and utterly trustworthy, but she was also 11 years old, Muggle-born, and unprepared for the full horror of what he'd learned in Azkaban. He parceled out information like a miser with gold, giving her enough to satisfy her curiosity without overwhelming her capacity to cope. "References to something called the Drowned King," he said. "An entity that predates the Ministry, predates Hogwarts, possibly predates wizardkind itself." "That sounds like a legend. A myth." "Most myths have roots in truth. The Dementors were myths once, stories parents told children to make them behave. Then someone found Azkaban, and the myths became very real." Hermione frowned, already mentally cataloging the resources she'd need to research. "If it's that old, the standard historical texts won't help. We'd need primary sources, original manuscripts, possibly in languages that haven't been spoken for millennia. Which is why I need the restricted section. There might be another way." Hermione hesitated, then plunged ahead. "I've been exploring the castle. There are rooms that don't appear on any map, passages that seem to move, spaces that exist only sometimes. What if Hogwarts itself has records that the library doesn't?" Harry looked at her with new appreciation. "You found something." "Maybe. There's a room on the 7th floor, across from a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Sometimes there's a door there, and sometimes there isn't. I haven't been able to figure out the pattern, but when the door appears, I can feel magic radiating from it, old magic, like the kind you described from Azkaban." "Show me." The room of requirement revealed itself to Harry on the first attempt. He walked past the blank wall 3 times, focusing on what he needed: knowledge, ancient knowledge, information about the compact between his ancestors and the beings of darkness, and on the 3rd pass, a door materialized from nothing. Hermione gasped. "It's never appeared that quickly before." "I've been trying for weeks." Harry didn't answer. He was staring at the door with an expression that Hermione couldn't quite read. The magic emanating from it was familiar, achingly so. It carried the same resonance as the ring on his finger, the same cold power that had kept him sane in Azkaban. "This room was created by someone who knew my ancestors," Harry said slowly. "It recognizes the Potter bloodline." He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room beyond was vast and impossible, a cathedral of knowledge that stretched upward into shadows and outward beyond the limits of sight. Shelves lined every surface, crammed with books and scrolls and artifacts that hummed with contained power. Globes of light drifted through the air like lazy fireflies, illuminating whatever section caught the viewer's attention. "This is..." Hermione's voice failed her. "The Warden's Archive," Harry said, reading from a plaque near the entrance. "Established by Ignotus Peverell in the year of our founding, for the use of his descendants in their eternal duty." Peverell. The name triggered memories. The Dementors had shown him fragments, hints of a lineage that stretched back further than the Potters. The Peverells were legends, supposedly the creators of the Deathly Hallows, the only wizards to ever cheat death itself. And apparently, they'd also been wardens. "There's so much," Hermione breathed, turning slowly to take in the impossible expanse. "How can it all fit?" Space-folding enchantments. The room exists partially outside normal reality. Harry was already moving toward a section that seemed to pulse with cold light. The founders were experimenting with dimensional magic centuries before anyone else. This is probably their greatest achievement, a pocket dimension keyed to a specific bloodline, hidden inside their school. Harry. Hermione's voice had gone sharp with concern. Some of these books are bound in something that isn't leather. Human skin. Some of the oldest texts were written on what was available. Harry didn't look away from his destination. Don't touch anything you're not certain about. This archive wasn't designed for casual visitors. He reached the cold section and found what he was looking for, a shelf labeled compact records, filled with journals and ledgers that dated back to the earliest days of magical Britain. The first journal he pulled was written in his grandfather's hand. Charles Potter had been the last true warden. Harry read through the night and into the morning, absorbing his grandfather's words with a hunger that bordered on desperation. Charles had known about the drowned king. He'd known about the compact, about the responsibility that came with Potter blood, about the danger that lurked beneath Azkaban's foundations. And he'd been terrified. The binding weakens, Charles had written in an entry dated 1975. I can feel it in my dreams, the cold that seeps through cracks in walls we thought were eternal. The Dementors grow restless. They sense what's coming, even if the ministry refuses to see. Another entry, from 1978, James doesn't know. I've kept the truth from him, hoping to give him a few more years of innocence before the weight falls on his shoulders. Perhaps that was a mistake. War is coming, the Dark Lord grows bolder every day, and if I fall before I can pass the knowledge on, the compact may break entirely. The last entry was dated December 1979, just over a year before Harry's birth. I am dying. The healers give me months at most. The cancer in my blood cannot be healed by magic. Ironic, that the warden of the threshold should be felled by something so mundane. I have left instructions for James in the main family vault. The ring awaits him there, along with the texts he'll need to understand his duty. I pray he finds them before it's too late. The dreams grow worse every night. I see it now, the thing beneath the fortress, vast and patient and hungry beyond measure. It has waited millennia for this moment. It can wait a few more decades. But not forever. Never forever. May whoever reads this have the strength to do what I could not. May they find a way to strengthen the binding, or failing that, to destroy what should never have been created. The drowned king must not wake. Charles Ignotus Potter, last warden of the living line. Harry closed the journal and sat in silence. His father had never found the instructions. The war with Voldemort had consumed everything. James and Lily had gone into hiding, had focused all their energy on protecting their son from prophecy and darkness. They'd died before Charles's message could reach them. And Harry had grown up ignorant, powerless, cast into Azkaban where the very entity he was supposed to contain had begun whispering in his ear. Had it known? Had the drowned king orchestrated his imprisonment, hoping to corrupt the last heir of the Potter line? Or had it simply been chance, Crouch's ambition intersecting with ancient evil in a way no one could have predicted? It didn't matter. What mattered was what happened next. Harry gathered his grandfather's journals and began the long process of understanding his inheritance. Halloween approached like a gathering storm. Harry felt the change in the castle's mood, excitement from students anticipating the feast, tension from teachers remembering what had happened on this date 10 years ago. He ignored most of it, focused on his research and his growing network of allies, but even he couldn't entirely escape the weight of the anniversary. His parents had died on Halloween. The night the wizarding world had celebrated the fall of Voldemort, James and Lily Potter had breathed their last in a ruined cottage in Godric's Hollow. Harry had been too young to remember, but the Dementors had shown him everything. He knew exactly how his mother had pleaded for his life. He knew exactly how his father had stood alone against evil, wandless and hopeless, buying seconds that wouldn't be enough. "You're brooding again," Hermione said, finding him in the warden's archive late on the afternoon of October 31st. She'd been granted limited access after proving she could navigate the safer sections without triggering any of the defensive enchantments. "The feast starts in an hour." "I'm reading." "You're always reading. But you're also thinking about something else." She sat across from him, her expression gentle but probing. Do you want to talk about it? Harry considered the question. In Azkaban, there had been no one to talk to, only the whispers of the dead and the cold comfort of the Dementors' presence. He'd grown used to processing his emotions alone, to carrying weights that would have broken most people. But Hermione wasn't most people. And the isolation was starting to wear on him in ways he hadn't expected. My parents died tonight, he said. 10 years ago. I don't remember them, not really, not as a person, but I've seen their deaths through the Dementors' memories. I know exactly how it happened, down to the last word my mother spoke. That's horrible. Hermione's voice was soft. I can't imagine, no. You can't. Harry's tone wasn't harsh, just factual. But you're trying to, and that matters. Most people look at me and see a tragedy or a threat. You look at me and see, a person. I appreciate that more than I can express. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Hermione reached across the table and took his hand. You don't have to go to the feast, she said. No one would blame you. I'm not avoiding it. If I hide from this anniversary, I give it power over me. Harry squeezed her hand briefly, then released it. Besides, there's something strange in the castle tonight. The wards feel agitated. I want to see if anything happens. You think someone's planning something? I think Halloween has power, real power, not superstition. The veil between worlds grows thin on certain dates. If anyone wanted to cause trouble, tonight would be the ideal time. He gathered his books and headed for the door, Hermione following close behind. They were halfway to the great hall when the screaming started. The troll had entered through the dungeons. By the time Harry reached the source of the commotion, a first-floor girl's bathroom, chaos had already engulfed the lower corridors. Students fled in every direction. Prefects shouted contradictory orders. Teachers converged from across the castle, their wands drawn and faces grim. Harry ignored all of it. He could feel the troll's presence like a fever in his blood, 12 feet of magical muscle and stupidity, its mind a red haze of simple hungers that resonated strangely with the cold inside him. It had cornered someone in the bathroom, he could sense that too. A small magical signature, flickering with terror. Harry, wait. Hermione's voice faded behind him as he broke into a run. The bathroom door had been smashed off its hinges. Harry stepped through the wreckage and found exactly what he'd expected, the troll, club raised, looming over a huddled figure in the corner. The figure looked up at Harry's entrance. It was the Longbottom boy, Neville, his round face streaked with tears, his wand clutched in a shaking hand. Help me, Neville whispered. Please. The troll turned at Harry's approach, its tiny eyes squinting in confusion. It wasn't used to prey that didn't run. Wasn't used to anything that walked toward it instead of away. Harry stopped 10 feet from the creature and looked up into its face. Leave, he said. The word carried power, not a spell, not exactly, but something older. The cold inside Harry surged outward, and for a moment the temperature in the bathroom dropped by 30 degrees. Frost crept across the tiles. The troll's breath misted in the sudden chill. The creature hesitated. I said leave. Harry's eyes had changed. In the mirrors that lined the bathroom walls, they weren't green anymore, they were black, deep and lightless, holes into a darkness that had no end. The troll made a sound somewhere between a whimper and a groan. It was a stupid creature, but it had survived this long by understanding one fundamental truth: some things were more dangerous than it was. It dropped its club and fled, crashing through the far wall rather than risk passing the small figure that had suddenly become the most terrifying thing in the room. Harry blinked, and his eyes were green again. The cold receded. The frost began to melt. Are you hurt? He asked Neville, his voice steady despite what had just happened. Neville stared at him with something beyond fear, something closer to awe. It ran away. You just looked at it and it ran away. Yes. Harry extended a hand to help the other boy up. Can you walk? I think so. I got lost, looking for the bathroom, and then that thing. Neville shuddered. What are you? It was, Harry reflected, a fair question. I'm Harry Potter, he said. And we should leave before the teachers arrive. I'd rather not explain what just happened. They were nearly at the door when Hermione burst in, wand raised, followed closely by Professor McGonagall and a visibly terrified Professor Quirrell. Mr. Potter. McGonagall's voice was sharp with fear and relief. What in Merlin's name? The troll fled when confronted, Harry said, gesturing toward the hole in the wall. Neville and I are unharmed. The creature appeared to be disoriented, perhaps someone summoned it here but lost control. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. She wasn't fooled. Harry could see the questions forming behind her stern expression, but there were protocols to follow, injured students to check, a rogue troll to track down. 10 points to Slytherin for keeping a cool head in crisis, she said finally. And another 10 to Gryffindor for Mr. Longbottom's bravery. Now both of you, back to your common rooms immediately. Harry nodded and began to leave. As he passed Professor Quirrell, something made him pause. The man was afraid, that much was obvious from his trembling hands and stuttering protests. But underneath the fear, Harry sensed something else. Something cold and familiar. Something that watched him with intelligence that Quirrell's act of cowardice couldn't quite conceal. Their eyes met for just a moment. Harry smiled. Quirrell went pale. The aftermath of the troll incident rippled through Hogwarts in unexpected ways. Neville Longbottom began following Harry like a devoted shadow, apparently having decided that the strange Slytherin was his new best friend. Harry found this more amusing than annoying. Neville had potential buried beneath layers of self-doubt and poor instruction, and there was something refreshing about his straightforward gratitude. You saved my life, Neville said when Harry tried to discourage his attention. My gran always said the Longbottoms pay their debts. I owe you. You don't owe me anything. Then I choose to help you anyway. That's allowed, isn't it? Harry couldn't argue with that logic. More significantly, the troll incident had attracted attention from quarters Harry hadn't anticipated. 2 days after Halloween, he received a summons to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's tower spoke the password before Harry could even attempt to guess it. He's expecting you, the stone creature said, and Harry noted with interest that it sounded almost respectful. The office was exactly as chaotic as Harry had imagined, cluttered with silver instruments that whirred and clicked, portraits of former headmasters pretending to sleep, and one magnificent phoenix that raised its head at Harry's entrance and regarded him with ancient eyes. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his expression unreadable. Ah, Harry. Please, sit. Harry sat. The phoenix, Fawkes, according to the memories he'd absorbed, continued to watch him with unsettling intensity. I find myself in a difficult position, Dumbledore began, steepling his fingers. On the one hand, you saved a student's life. That deserves recognition and reward. On the other hand, you did so using abilities that raise questions. What sort of questions? The sort that professors ask when a first-year student drives off a mountain troll through sheer force of presence. Dumbledore's eyes had lost their customary twinkle. The sort that arise when that same student's eyes turn black in moments of stress. The sort that I've been asking myself since I learned that Bartemius Crouch sent an 8-year-old to Azkaban for reasons that still don't entirely make sense. Harry met the headmaster's gaze without flinching. You want to know what I became in that place? I want to understand, Harry. I've failed you badly, though the full extent of my failure only becomes clear to me gradually. I should have been at your trial. I should have protected you from Crouch's machinations. Instead, I was manipulated into absence, and you suffered for my blindness. Dumbledore's voice carried genuine regret. The least I can do now is try to help. But I cannot help what I don't understand. Harry considered his options. Dumbledore was powerful, knowledgeable, and, according to everything Harry had learned, genuinely committed to opposing darkness. He was also the man who had left an infant on a doorstep, trusting blood wards to protect against threats that no ward could stop. The man who had believed the best of people who didn't deserve it, who had given second chances that resulted in more deaths. Trust was a gamble. Harry had learned that in Azkaban, where trust could get you killed. But allies were necessary. And Dumbledore, with all his flaws, was still the most powerful wizard in Britain. The Potter family has a duty, Harry said finally. A responsibility that dates back to before the founding of this school. We were, the wardens of the threshold. The ones who maintain the binding that keeps certain entities contained. Dumbledore's expression sharpened. The Dementors. Among other things. The Dementors were once something else, something far worse. My ancestors found a way to bind them, to give them purpose and limitation. But the binding requires maintenance. It requires a warden. And when you were imprisoned in Azkaban, the binding recognized me. The Dementors recognized me. Harry's voice was flat, clinical. They didn't drive me mad because they couldn't. I'm the lock that keeps them contained. Attacking me would be like a prison attacking its own walls. Dumbledore sat back in his chair, his face pale. And Crouch? Why did he? I don't know yet. But I intend to find out. Harry rose from his seat. Was there anything else, Headmaster? Only this. Dumbledore's voice was heavy with something Harry couldn't quite identify. Whatever you learned in Azkaban, whatever you've become, remember that you are still Harry Potter. Still the son of James and Lily. Still a boy who deserves a chance at a normal life. Harry paused at the door. I stopped being normal when I was 8 years old, he said. But I appreciate the sentiment. He left the headmaster's office without looking back, and if Fawkes let out a mournful cry as he departed, Harry pretended not to hear. November brought cold winds and the first whispers of approaching winter. Harry continued his research in the Warden's archive, slowly building a picture of the threat he faced. The drowned king, according to his grandfather's journals and the older texts he discovered, was not a creature in any conventional sense. It was an idea given form, a concept that had achieved consciousness somewhere in the depths of prehistory. It represented the cold at the end of all things, the darkness that waited beyond the last star. The Dementors were its servants, or perhaps its children, fragments of its essence given independent existence through rituals lost to time. They fed on human emotion because the drowned king fed on human despair, and every soul they consumed strengthened the bond between the shadow realm and the world of the living. The first wardens had understood this. They'd created the binding not to destroy the drowned king, that was beyond mortal capability, but to contain it, to keep it sleeping in the depths while the world turned and civilizations rose and fell. The binding was weakening. Harry could feel it in his dreams, could sense the cracks forming in walls that had held for millennia. His grandfather had known. His father had died before learning the truth. And now Harry, 11 years old, barely trained, was the only one who could repair the damage. He needed help. More than Hermione's research, more than Draco's information, more than Neville's loyalty. He needed allies who understood what was coming. The goblins were the first. You propose a new compact, Director Ragnarok said, his ancient eyes glittering in the torchlight of his office. Harry had arranged a meeting during the Christmas holidays, traveling to Gringotts through means that Hogwarts wards weren't supposed to allow. The original compact was between my ancestors and the creature beneath Azkaban. The goblins were witnesses, not participants. Harry laid his grandfather's journal on Ragnarok's desk. I'm proposing that changes. In what way? The drowned king's awakening threatens everyone, goblin and wizard alike. When it rises, it won't distinguish between magical races. It will consume everything. Harry leaned forward. The Goblin Nation has resources, knowledge, and capabilities that wizards lack. I'm offering partnership, not patronage. Equal stake in a fight that concerns us all. Ragnar was silent for a long moment. Then he began to laugh, a harsh, rattling sound that echoed through the stone chamber. Equal partnership. Do you know how many wizards have made that offer over the centuries? How many times we've been promised equality only to be betrayed the moment it became convenient? I know. Harry's voice didn't waver. I also know that the alternative is extinction. Choose your grudges carefully, Director. The dead don't care about politics. The laughter faded. Ragnar studied Harry with an expression that might have been respect. You speak like someone much older than 11. I've had experiences that aged me quickly. Another silence. Then Ragnar reached into his desk and withdrew a leather folder. The Goblin Nation will consider your proposal. In the meantime, take this, a gesture of good faith. Harry opened the folder and found documents detailing Bartemius Crouch's financial holdings, his political connections, and, most interestingly, his secret communications with certain parties who had supposedly been imprisoned in Azkaban. His son, Harry said, understanding dawning. Crouch's son is still alive. Officially, Bartemius Crouch Jr. died in Azkaban 3 years into his sentence. Unofficially. Ragnar's smile showed entirely too many teeth. Well. Some secrets are more valuable than others. Harry tucked the folder into his robes. The Goblin Nation has my gratitude, Director. And my friendship, if you'll accept it. Friendship. Ragnar tested the word like it was a foreign delicacy. Perhaps. Ask me again when the world hasn't ended. Christmas at Hogwarts was a quiet affair. Harry remained at the castle, along with the Weasley boys, Hermione, and a handful of other students whose families were either unavailable or unwelcoming. He spent most of the holiday in the archive, but Christmas morning found him in the common room, confronted with an unexpected pile of gifts. A hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, who had apparently decided that Harry needed mothering despite having never met him. A box of every flavor beans from Neville. A truly impressive stack of books from Hermione, covering subjects ranging from advanced transfiguration to Muggle chemistry. And one unmarked package, wrapped in plain brown paper. Harry opened it carefully, his senses alert for any magical traps. Inside, folded neatly, was a cloak of material that seemed to shift between silver and transparency. A note fell out when he lifted the fabric. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. No signature. But Harry didn't need one. He could feel Dumbledore's magic in the fibers of the cloak, could sense the headmaster's presence in the careful way the package had been wrapped. An invisibility cloak. Harry knew what it was. The Dementors had shown him memories of wizards who'd possessed such artifacts. But this one felt different. Older. More powerful. He slipped it over his shoulders and watched himself vanish in the common room mirrors. The cloak recognized him, just as the ring had. Just as the archive had. 3 Deathly Hallows. 3 artifacts created by the Peverils. 1 for invisibility, 1 for resurrection, 1 for power. Harry already possessed 2. He wondered, briefly, where the Elder Wand might be. Then he set the thought aside. One impossible task at a time. The new year brought an acceleration of events that Harry had been anticipating. Quirrell's movements grew more erratic, his sick days more frequent, his already suspicious behavior becoming blatant enough that Harry wondered if the professor wanted to be caught. The third-floor corridor called to Harry with increasing urgency, and he finally understood why. Something was hidden there, something connected to the drowned king's prison. He shared his suspicions with his closest allies, Hermione, Neville, and a reluctantly intrigued Draco, during a late-night meeting in an abandoned classroom. The Philosopher's Stone, Hermione said, her eyes wide. Nicholas Flamel's creation. It's supposed to produce the elixir of life. It does more than that. Harry paced the room, piecing together fragments of knowledge from the archive. The stone was created using principles the Peverils developed. It exists partially outside normal reality, in a space between life and death. If the drowned king could consume it, it would weaken the binding, Draco finished, his face pale. The stone is anchoring part of the prison. Dumbledore moved it here for protection. But someone's trying to steal it. Harry stopped pacing. Professor Quirrell, specifically. Or rather, the thing that's wearing Quirrell as a disguise. What thing? Neville asked, his voice trembling slightly. Voldemort. The name fell like a stone into still water. Hermione and Neville both flinched. Even Draco looked shaken. He's not dead, Harry continued. He survived that night in Godric's Hollow as a spirit, a wraith. He's been possessing Quirrell, using him to get close to the stone. We have to tell Dumbledore, Hermione said. Dumbledore already knows. Why do you think the protections are so elaborate? Harry shook his head. No, this is a trap. Dumbledore is hoping to catch Voldemort in the act. But he doesn't understand what's really at stake. Then what do we do? Harry's smile was cold. We spring the trap early. On our terms. They moved on the night of the spring equinox, when magical energies were in flux and the castle's wards would be at their most unstable. Harry led the way through the trapdoor beneath Fluffy, Hagrid's three-headed dog, who fell asleep the moment Harry began to hum a tune the Dementors had taught him. They descended into darkness, past obstacles that seemed designed more for delay than genuine defense. Devil's Snare withered at Harry's touch. Flying keys scattered before his advance. A giant chess set forfeited rather than face the cold presence that radiated from the small figure crossing its board. This is too easy, Draco muttered as they passed through a room where a mountain troll lay unconscious. Dumbledore's supposed to be the greatest wizard alive. Why are these protections so? They're not meant to stop anyone, Harry said. They're meant to slow them down. To give Dumbledore time to respond. But if Quirrell isn't the threat Dumbledore is worried about. Harry paused at the entrance to the final chamber. I am. The others exchanged uncertain glances. The protections are keyed to recognize dark magic, Harry explained. Voldemort's presence would trigger immediate alarms. But my presence. He held up his hand, showing the black ring that gleamed on his finger. The magic in my blood reads as something else entirely. Something the wards don't know how to categorize. You planned this. Hermione's voice was sharp with realization. You knew the protections wouldn't stop you. I hoped. There's a difference. He pushed open the final door and stepped into a chamber dominated by a single artifact, the Mirror of Erist, restored and gleaming in the torchlight. And standing before the mirror, his back turned, was Professor Quirrell. I wondered when you'd arrive, Quirrell said. His voice had changed, no stutter, no nervous tremor. Just cold confidence. The boy who conquered the Dementors. The heir to the Peverell line. I must admit, you're more impressive than I expected. And you're more obvious than you should be. Harry stepped forward, positioning himself between the mirror and his friends. Did you really think possessing a defense professor was subtle? Quirrell laughed and turned around. His face was his own, but his eyes were red, serpentine, filled with a malevolence that seemed to distort the air around him. Subtle was never my intention, said a voice that came from somewhere behind Quirrell's head. I wanted you to come, Harry Potter. I wanted to see what the Dementors made of you. Quirrell reached up and began unwrapping his turban. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was barely human, snake-like features pressed flat against the professor's skull, red eyes gleaming with hunger and hatred. Voldemort, Harry said. The name didn't frighten him. After Azkaban, very little did. You don't fear me. The Dark Lord's voice was a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Interesting. Your parents feared me. The entire wizarding world feared me. But you. I've seen worse things than you. Voldemort's lipless mouth twisted into something like a smile. The Dementors. Yes. They showed you things, didn't they? Taught you things that no child should know. The red eyes narrowed. But they also made you valuable. The binding that holds them, holds their master, runs through your blood. Kill you, and it weakens. Consume your soul, and it might break entirely. Harry felt Hermione and the others shifting behind him, readying their wands. He held up a hand to stop them. You can't take the stone, he said. The mirror is keyed to show only those who want to find it but not use it. Your greed defeats you. Perhaps. But the stone was never my true goal tonight. Voldemort's smile widened. I came to make you an offer. I don't negotiate with murderers. No. Then consider this, I know what's waking beneath Azkaban. I've felt it stirring, even in my diminished state. The drowned king will rise, Harry Potter, not today, not tomorrow, but soon. And when it does, all your careful preparations will mean nothing. What's your point? Join me. The words hung in the air, obscene in their simplicity. Your power combined with mine could contain the threat indefinitely. We could rule a world that would never need to fear the darkness, because we would be the darkness. You murdered my parents. I killed them because prophecy demanded it. I was wrong. Voldemort's voice held something that might have been genuine regret. I've had 10 years to reflect on my mistakes, Harry. 10 years as a wraith, dependent on the mercy of cowards, forced to watch as everything I built crumbled to nothing. I understand now that power without wisdom is merely destruction. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then he laughed. You're lying, he said. You don't regret anything. You don't understand anything. You're afraid, I can feel it radiating off you like heat from a flame. You've seen what's coming, and you know you can't stop it alone. I'm offering you, you're offering me nothing. A partnership where I do the work and you take the credit? A future where I'm your tool instead of Dumbledore's? Harry shook his head. I didn't survive 3 years in Azkaban to become anyone's servant. Not Dumbledore's. Not Crouch's. And certainly not yours. The red eyes blazed with sudden fury. Then you'll die with the rest of them. Quirrell lunged forward, his hands reaching for Harry's throat. What happened next would become legend. Harry didn't draw his wand. He didn't need to. The cold that had lived inside him since Azkaban, the presence that the Dementors had recognized, that the ring had awakened, that marked him as Warden of the Threshold, erupted outward in a wave of power that had nothing to do with learned magic. Quirrell screamed as his hands made contact with Harry's skin. Steam rose from the point of contact. The flesh blackened, crumbled, fell away from bones that followed moments later. But it wasn't just physical damage. Harry could see Voldemort's spirit being torn from its host, the possessing wraith shrieking as it was exposed to something it had never expected, never prepared for. The drowned king's binding wasn't just a prison. It was a filter, a barrier that separated the living from the dead. And Harry, as its anchor, as its key, was poison to anything that existed between those states. Voldemort was dead but not dead. A soul that refused to pass on. The binding recognized him as an anomaly and acted accordingly. The wraith fled, tearing itself free from Quirrell's disintegrating body with a sound like reality screaming. It passed through Harry, through his chest, his heart, his very essence, and he felt Voldemort's agony as intimately as his own. Then it was gone, vanished into the night, leaving only silence and ash. Quirrell's body collapsed. Harry stared down at the remains without emotion. Harry. Hermione's voice was frantic. Harry, are you? I'm fine. He turned to face his friends, and whatever they saw in his expression made them take a step back. Get Dumbledore. Tell him Voldemort escaped, but the stone is safe. What about you? Harry looked back at the mirror of Eriste, at his reflection that showed, not his heart's desire, but simply himself. Unchanged. Unwavering. I need a moment, he said. Go. They went. And Harry stood alone in the chamber beneath Hogwarts, surrounded by dust and silence, and wondered what the year ahead would bring. The end-of-year feast was subdued, overshadowed by rumors of what had happened in the third-floor corridor. Official story: Professor Quirrell had attempted to steal a valuable artifact and died in the attempt. No students were involved. The protections worked exactly as designed. Harry let the lies stand. The truth was too complicated, too dangerous, too likely to cause panic. Better to let the wizarding world believe their children were safe, even if Harry knew otherwise. Dumbledore awarded Slytherin the House Cup, though Harry suspected the points given were more about acknowledging his role in Voldemort's defeat than any academic achievement. He accepted the recognition with the same cold composure he'd maintained all year. On the train home, though calling it home stretched the definition past breaking, he sat with Hermione, Neville, and Draco in a compartment that had become their unofficial headquarters. "What happens now?" Neville asked. He'd changed over the year, grown more confident, less prone to nervous trembling. The boy who'd cowered from a troll had become someone who walked into danger beside Harry Potter without hesitation. "We continue preparing," Harry said. "Voldemort will be back. The drowned king is still waking. Crouch is still scheming. Nothing is resolved, we've just delayed the inevitable." Cheerful as always, Draco muttered, but there was no real complaint in his voice. "What about summer?" Hermione asked. "You can't go back to the Dursleys." "I won't. I've arranged alternative accommodations." Harry didn't elaborate. Some secrets needed to remain secret, even from friends. The train pulled into King's Cross Station. Harry gathered his things and prepared to step back into a world that didn't understand what was coming. "Harry." Hermione caught his arm before he could leave. "Whatever happens, wherever you go, remember that you're not alone. Not anymore." Harry looked at her, at Neville and Draco waiting nearby, at the unlikely allies he'd gathered over a year that had changed everything. "I know," he said. "That's what makes this bearable." He stepped off the train and vanished into the crowd, leaving behind a school year that had begun in darkness and ended in shadow. But shadows, Harry had learned, were not always enemies. Sometimes they were home. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, What Lurks Beneath Summer burned through Britain like a fever, and Harry Potter spent most of it underground. The Potter family vault beneath Gringotts was more than a storage space for gold. 3 levels down from the main chamber, past wards that had killed more than one would-be thief, lay a complex of rooms that hadn't been accessed in decades. Living quarters. A ritual chamber. A library that rivaled Hogwarts' restricted section. Harry had claimed it as his base of operations the day after term ended. "You're certain about this?" Ragnarok had asked when Harry presented the request. "The deep vaults are not meant for extended habitation. The magic down there is, unsettled. The magic down there is mine by blood right. It will settle once it recognizes me." It had taken 3 days for the wards to stop trying to kill him. 3 days of constant vigilance, of sleeping in shifts while defensive enchantments probed his identity and found it acceptable. But once the vault accepted him as its master, it became the safest place in magical Britain. No one could reach him here. Not Dumbledore with his guilt and good intentions. Not Crouch with his schemes and secrets. Not even Voldemort, wherever the Wraith had fled after their confrontation. Harry used the solitude to prepare. The documents Ragnarok had provided painted a damning picture of Bartemius Crouch's activities. The man had been busy during Harry's years in Azkaban, consolidating power, eliminating rivals, positioning himself as Fudge's most trusted advisor. But his greatest secret was also his greatest vulnerability. Bartemius Crouch Jr. was alive. The official record claimed he'd died in Azkaban, wasted away from Dementor exposure like so many others. But the goblins had sources that the Ministry couldn't match, and those sources told a different story. A dying mother's last wish. A switch made under cover of polyjuice. A Death Eater smuggled out of prison while a house elf died in his place. Crouch Sr. had condemned Harry to Azkaban while hiding his own son from the same fate. The hypocrisy was almost impressive. Harry filed the information away and continued his research. The drowned king was waking, he could feel it in his dreams, could sense the binding straining against pressure that grew stronger every month. He needed to understand what he was fighting before he could hope to stop it. The Warden's archive at Hogwarts had provided historical context, but the Potter Vault held something more valuable: practical instruction. Journals from wardens who had faced crises of their own. Ritual designs for strengthening the binding. Maps of Azkaban's deepest levels, where the original anchor points had been established millennia ago. And one slim volume, bound in black leather, that made Harry's blood run cold when he read its title. Communion Protocols, Methods for Direct Communication with Bound Entities. His ancestors had talked to the drowned king. They'd established a dialogue with the thing they'd imprisoned, negotiated terms that had kept the peace for centuries. The last entry in the communion log was dated 1843, recorded by a warden named Charles Potter, not Harry's grandfather, but an earlier bearer of the name. The king grows restless. It speaks of changes in the world above, of magic fading and faith dying. It warns that the compact cannot hold forever, that eventually something must give. I asked what it wanted. What would satisfy its hunger, quiet its dreams, buy us another millennium of peace? It laughed. The sound will haunt me until I die. I want what I have always wanted, it said. I want the cold at the end of all things. I want the silence after the last scream. I want everything that lives to understand what I understood when I first opened my eyes in the depths of the void, that existence is suffering, and the only mercy is ending. I terminated the communion. Some negotiations cannot be won. Harry closed the journal and sat in darkness, thinking about what he'd read. The drowned king didn't want freedom. It wanted extinction, the absolute end of everything that experienced consciousness. The binding wasn't a prison in the conventional sense, it was a buffer, a filter that prevented the king's nihilistic hunger from spreading to the world above. And Harry, as warden, was the one thing standing between that hunger and 7 billion potential victims. No pressure. Hermione's letters arrived weekly, delivered by a small owl that had learned to navigate Gringotts security with remarkable persistence. Her summer had been productive in different ways. She'd convinced her parents to take her to France, where she'd spent 3 weeks researching at the Magical Library in Lyon, one of the oldest collections in Europe, predating even Hogwarts. Her notes filled dozens of pages, covering everything from pre-Roman binding magic to theoretical frameworks for containing conceptual entities. The French have a different approach to dark creatures, she wrote in early August. They don't try to control them the way the British do. Instead, they focus on understanding, figuring out what the creatures want, what drives them, and whether accommodation is possible. There's a sect of magical researchers called the Observateurs who've been studying entities like your drowned king for centuries. They believe that true darkness can't be defeated, only redirected. Maybe that's worth considering. Also, I found 17 errors in Hogwarts, a history. Harry smiled at that last line. Hermione's indignation at inaccuracy was one of the few things that could reliably lighten his mood. He wrote back with carefully edited updates on his own research, sharing enough to keep her informed without revealing anything that might put her in danger. The vault's location remained secret. The details of the communion protocols remained secret. Some knowledge was too dangerous to share, even with friends. Draco's correspondence was more sporadic but equally valuable. Father's been acting strange, he wrote in late July. Nervous, distracted, jumping at shadows. He's had meetings with people I don't recognize, foreign wizards, I think, based on their accents. Something big is happening, but he won't tell me what. I overheard him talking to Mother about the tournament. He seemed afraid, which isn't like him at all. Do you know what that means? Also, Aunt Bellatrix's name came up. She's supposed to be in Azkaban, but Father spoke about her in present tense. Thought you should know. Harry filed this information alongside everything else. The tournament reference was intriguing. He'd have to research what wizarding competitions might be significant enough to frighten Lucius Malfoy. Neville's letters were simpler, filled with updates about his grandmother's garden and his attempts to master spells that had given him trouble during the school year. But even Neville had noticed something changing. "Gran's been talking to old friends from the First War," he wrote. "People she hasn't contacted in years. She won't tell me why, but I heard her mention your name. Be careful, Harry. I don't think whatever's coming is going to be pleasant." Harry appreciated the warning, even if it told him nothing he didn't already know. August brought an unexpected visitor. Harry was deep in the ritual chamber, practicing ward configurations from his ancestors' journals, when the vault's outer defenses suddenly flared with alarm. Someone was attempting to bypass the security measures, not with force, but with cunning, probing the wards for weaknesses with a patience that spoke of considerable experience. He made his way to the entrance, wand drawn, and found Director Ragnarok waiting on the other side of the final barrier. "Mr. Potter." The ancient goblin's expression was unreadable. "We need to talk." Harry lowered the ward and gestured for Ragnarok to enter. The goblin moved through the vault with the careful attention of someone cataloging every detail, his black eyes missing nothing. "Impressive," Ragnarok said finally, settling into a chair that Harry conjured. "Your ancestors built well. This space could withstand a dragon attack. What brings you down here, Director?" "Information. And a warning." Ragnarok reached into his robes and withdrew a sealed envelope. "This arrived at Gringotts this morning, addressed to you through channels that shouldn't exist. The sender used protocols that were discontinued before the ministry was founded." Harry took the envelope carefully. The seal was black wax impressed with a symbol he recognized from the Warden's archive, the mark of the threshold, used by his ancestors to authenticate official communications. "Someone knows what I am," he said. "Someone knows what your family was. Whether they know what you've become." Ragnarok shrugged. "That remains to be seen." Harry broke the seal and unfolded the letter inside. The message was brief: "Young Warden," the compact phrase. "The sleeper stirs. The old ways remember what the new world has forgotten. Come to Azkaban before the autumn equinox. Come alone. The threshold has a door that opens both ways, and it is time you learned what lies on the other side. There is more at stake than you know. A friend, no signature. No return address. Just those cryptic words and the seal of an office that had supposedly been extinct for generations. What do you make of it?" Harry asked. "I make of it that someone is either testing you or trying to trap you. Possibly both." Ragnarok's eyes glittered with something that might have been concern. "Azkaban is not a place to visit lightly, Mr. Potter. Even for someone with your connections." "I know. I spent 3 years there. As a prisoner. This would be different." The goblin leaned forward. "There are things in that fortress that even the Dementors fear. Old prisoners in cells that haven't been opened since before the ministry was founded. And beneath it all, the thing you call the drowned king, closer to waking with every passing day. You think I shouldn't go? I think you will go regardless of what I say." Ragnarok rose from his chair. "But take this advice, if nothing else, the threshold is not just a boundary. It is a test. Those who pass through unprepared do not return the same, if they return at all." He departed without another word, leaving Harry alone with a letter that posed more questions than it answered. The decision took 3 days. Harry weighed risks against potential gains, considered every angle, planned for every contingency he could imagine. The letter could be a trap, Crouch would certainly want him dead, and luring him back to Azkaban would be an elegant way to accomplish it. But the seal was genuine, the knowledge it implied was real, and the warning about the compact's deterioration matched everything Harry had learned from his own research. Someone knew things about his heritage that shouldn't be possible to know. Someone wanted to help, or at least wanted him to believe they wanted to help. In the end, curiosity won over caution. Harry left the vault on September 15, 5 days before the autumn equinox. He traveled by means that would leave no trace. Gringotts had transportation options that the Ministry didn't know existed, and arrived at the shores of Azkaban as the sun was setting over the North Sea. The fortress rose from the waves like a monument to despair, unchanged since his release. But Harry was not the same boy who had walked out of those gates 9 months ago. The ring on his finger pulsed with cold recognition. The binding sang in his blood, welcoming him home. The Dementors came to meet him. They emerged from every shadow, every window, every crack in the ancient stone. Dozens of them, then hundreds, gathering around the small figure on the shore like a congregation greeting its priest. Harry raised his hand, and they stilled. "I'm here," he said, his voice carrying across the water. "Show me the door." The Dementors parted, forming a corridor that led not toward the main gates, but around the fortress to a section of cliff that looked no different from any other. As Harry approached, however, the stone shimmered and shifted, revealing a passage that had been hidden for centuries. Old magic. Warden magic. The kind of enchantment that only revealed itself to those with the proper bloodline. Harry stepped inside. The passage descended through bedrock older than the fortress above, past layers of stone that held fossils from epochs when the island hadn't existed. Harry walked in darkness, guided only by the cold pulse of his ring and the whispers of Dementors that followed at a respectful distance. The tunnel ended at a door. It was massive, 20 feet high, carved from a single piece of black stone that seemed to drink the light from Harry's wand. Symbols covered every inch of its surface, runes and languages that had been old when Babylon was young. And at the center of the door, a keyhole that perfectly matched the ring on Harry's finger. Harry hesitated. The letter had said to come alone, had promised answers about the threshold and what lay beyond. But standing here, feeling the weight of ages pressing down on him, he understood that this was a point of no return. Whatever lay beyond this door would change everything. He inserted the ring into the keyhole and turned. The door swung open without a sound, revealing a chamber that shouldn't have been possible. It was vast, a cathedral carved from the living rock, its ceiling lost in shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. At the far end, raised on a platform of black stone, sat a throne. Someone was sitting on it. "You came." The voice was old, impossibly old, carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate with the stone itself. "I wasn't certain you would." Harry walked forward, his wand raised, his senses alert for any threat. As he approached the throne, the figure sitting on it became clearer. It was a woman. Or had been, once. Her skin was pale as moonlight, her hair white as snow, and her eyes were the same black pits that Harry's became when his power manifested. "Who are you?" Harry asked. "I am what remains of the last true warden. The last one who understood what this duty truly means." The woman's voice carried a weight of sorrow that made Harry's chest ache. "My name was Igraine Potter, and I have been waiting in this place for 700 years. Harry's mind raced. There was no Igraine in the Potter family records. No mention of a warden who had survived for centuries past their natural lifespan. "That's impossible." "Impossible?" Igraine laughed, and the sound was like wine through empty halls. "Child, you have no idea what is possible. You've barely begun to understand what you are." She rose from the throne, and Harry saw that her body was translucent, ghostly, held together by will and ancient magic. "I died in this chamber in 1294. I chose to remain, tied to the threshold, because I knew that someday a warden would come who needed the knowledge I possessed." "Why me? Why now?" "Because the compact is failing faster than any of us predicted. Because Voldemort's rise and fall disrupted magical currents that had been stable for centuries. Because you," her black eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made him want to look away. "You are something new. Something that shouldn't exist. A warden who carries a piece of another's soul within him, who was touched by death before he could walk, who spent 3 years in communion with the bound ones and emerged stronger for it. Harry's hand went unconsciously to his forehead, to the scar that sometimes ached when he thought too hard about his past. "The Horcrux," he said. "Yes. The fragment of Tom Riddle's soul that lodged in you the night your parents died." Igraine drifted closer, her ghostly form circling Harry like a predator assessing prey. "It should have consumed you. Should have warped your mind and twisted your magic until you became nothing more than a vessel for his resurrection. Instead, it merged with your blood, with your heritage, with the cold power of the threshold that runs through every Potter's veins." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying you're not entirely human anymore, Harry Potter. The Dementors saw it. The binding recognizes it. You exist partially in the world of the living and partially in the space between, the same space where I've waited for 7 centuries, the same space where the drowned king sleeps." The revelation hit Harry like a physical blow. He'd known something had changed during his time in Azkaban, had felt the ways his magic and his perceptions had shifted. But hearing it confirmed, understanding what it meant, "I'm becoming like the Dementors." "No. You're becoming something new. Something that has never existed before." Igraine's expression softened slightly. "The threshold exists between all opposites, life and death, light and dark, hope and despair. You can walk that boundary in ways that no warden before you ever could. That is your gift. But it is also your curse, because the drowned king has noticed. It knows about me. It has known since your first day in Azkaban. Why do you think the Dementors taught you instead of consuming you? They were following orders, orders that came from the depths of the prison, from the thing that waits in the darkness below." Igraine's voice grew urgent. "The king believes you can be turned. It believes that with the right pressure, the right temptation, you will choose to break the binding rather than maintain it. I would never, never is a long time, Harry Potter. And the drowned king is very, very patient." Igraine's ghost led Harry deeper into the hidden complex beneath Azkaban. The architecture grew stranger as they descended, walls that weren't quite solid, corridors that seemed to stretch or contract based on Harry's emotional state, rooms that existed only when observed directly. This was the true threshold, Igraine explained. The space between worlds where the original binding had been forged. The compact wasn't just a prison, she said as they walked. It was a negotiation. The drowned king agreed to remain contained in exchange for certain considerations. What kind of considerations? The Dementors. The king created them as extensions of itself, fragments of its essence given form and purpose. In exchange for remaining bound, it was allowed to keep creating them, to experience existence vicariously through its children. Igraine paused at a junction where 4 corridors met. But the compact also required maintenance. Regular communion between the warden and the king. Adjustments to the binding as conditions changed. When your grandfather died before passing on the knowledge, when your father died before learning the truth, the maintenance stopped. And the binding started to fail. Slowly at first. The king's sleep grew lighter. Its dreams began to leak through the barriers, affecting the prisoners above. The Dementors grew more aggressive, harder to control. Igraine turned to face Harry. Then you arrived. A Potter. A potential warden. The king saw an opportunity. It's been grooming me. It's been preparing you. There's a difference, though I admit the line is thin. The ghost's expression was troubled. The king believes you will eventually choose to break the binding. Every warden eventually faces that temptation, the chance to end an impossible responsibility, to free themselves from a burden they never asked for. Most resist. Some don't. What happens to the ones who don't resist? Igraine didn't answer. She didn't need to. The heart of the threshold was a chamber that existed in no single reality. Harry stood at its center and felt the boundary between worlds pressing against his consciousness from every direction. He could see the world of the living, Azkaban's fortress, the prisoners in their cells, the Dementors drifting through corridors that reeked of despair. He could see the world of the dead, an endless gray expanse where shadows moved with purpose he couldn't comprehend. And he could see the thing that lay beneath both. The drowned king didn't have a form in any conventional sense. It was an absence, a void, a hunger that had achieved sentience. Harry looked into its depths and saw the end of everything, not destruction, but cessation. The silence after the last star burned out. The cold at the bottom of an infinite ocean. It looked back at him with something that might have been curiosity. Little Warden. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, resonating through the threshold like a bell being struck. You have come at last. I came to understand, Harry said. His voice was steady, despite the terror that clawed at his heart. To learn what you truly are. I am what I have always been. The end that awaits all things. The rest that even gods crave, in their secret hearts. The void seemed to pulse, to breathe. And you, Little Warden. What are you? I'm the one who keeps you contained. For now. The king's amusement was palpable, a weight that pressed against Harry's consciousness. But nothing lasts forever. Not your binding. Not your resolve. Not even your precious world of light and warmth and fleeting pleasures. A pause, heavy with implication. You carry a piece of another within you. A soul that refused to pass on, that clings to existence with pathetic desperation. Do you know what he fears most, your dark passenger? Harry said nothing. He fears me. Fears what awaits him when his borrowed time runs out. That is why he made his anchors, his horcruxes, because he glimpsed the truth of what lies beyond death and couldn't face it. The void pulsed again, and Harry felt something that might have been contempt. But you, Little Warden. You have looked into my depths and not turned away. You understand what I offer. You offer extinction. I offer peace. The peace of ending. The silence that comes when all questions are answered by the simple truth that nothing matters. The king's presence pressed closer, intimate, almost gentle. You have suffered so much, Little Warden. The cupboard. The prison. The weight of a responsibility you never asked for. I could end it all. Give you the rest you deserve. Harry felt the temptation like a physical force. The king was right, he was tired. Tired of fighting, tired of preparing for battles that might be unwinnable, tired of carrying secrets that would break most people. It would be so easy to let go. No. The word came from somewhere deep inside him, from the same place that had refused to die when Vernon was killing him, the same place that had endured 3 years of Dementors without breaking. Interesting. The king didn't seem surprised. You refuse the offer, yet you remain curious. You want to understand me, even knowing that understanding might destroy you. Understanding is the only weapon that matters. Perhaps. The void receded slightly, giving Harry room to breathe. Then let me give you a gift, Little Warden. A piece of understanding that your ancestors never achieved. Harry braced himself for attack. Instead, he received knowledge. Images flooded his mind, not memories, but truths. He saw the creation of the universe, the birth of consciousness, the first creatures that looked at existence and found it wanting. He saw the drowned king's origin, not as a monster to be feared, but as an answer to a question that every thinking being eventually asked. What is the point of all this suffering? The king hadn't been created. It had evolved, grown, emerged from the collective despair of countless civilizations across countless worlds. It was the end of hope made manifest, not evil in any moral sense, just inevitable. And Harry understood, with sudden terrible clarity, why the binding could never hold forever. You can't be contained, he said. Not really. The binding just delays things. All things end, Little Warden. Even I will end, eventually, when the universe grows cold and the last minds flicker out. But that day is far away, and until then. The presence pulsed with something almost like satisfaction. Until then, I am patient. I can wait. Can you? The vision ended. Harry found himself back in the chamber beneath Azkaban, gasping for air, his mind reeling from what he'd experienced. Igraine's ghost was watching him with an expression of profound sorrow. "Now you understand," she said. "Now you know what every warden eventually learns. The duty is not to win. It's to delay. To buy time for the living world, generation after generation, until what? Until someone finds a better answer." Igraine's form flickered, weakening. "I've waited 700 years for that someone, Harry Potter. I believe it might be you." "Why? What makes me different?" "Because you're not entirely one thing or another. You exist in the space between, where the rules are different. The king sees that as an opportunity to corrupt you. I see it as a chance to find a solution that none of us ever imagined." The ghost's voice was fading, her presence dissolving back into the threshold. "The autumn equinox approaches. The binding will need to be renewed. When the moment comes, you must be ready to make a choice." "What choice?" But Igraine was gone, her 7 centuries of vigil finally ended. Harry stood alone in the heart of the threshold, surrounded by darkness that breathed with patient hunger. He had his answers. He understood what he was fighting, why it mattered, and what the stakes truly were. He also understood that everything he'd learned had only made the situation more terrifying. Harry emerged from the hidden passage at dawn. The sun was rising over the North Sea, painting the waves with gold and crimson, and the contrast between that beauty and the horror of what he'd experienced beneath the fortress was almost painful. He stood on the shore and breathed deep, filling his lungs with salt air, reminding himself that the world was still here. Still worth fighting for. The Dementors remained at a distance, watching but not approaching. Their behavior had changed since his communion with the king, they regarded him differently now, with something that might have been uncertainty. Harry understood. He'd looked into the abyss that had created them and come back unchanged. That wasn't supposed to be possible. "I'll return before the equinox," he told them, not sure if they could understand but knowing somehow that they would. "The binding will be renewed. The compact will be maintained." The Dementors didn't respond. But as Harry made his way to the dock where a goblin boat waited to carry him back to the mainland, he could have sworn he felt something like hope emanating from the creatures of shadow. Or maybe that was just his own hope, reflected back at him. It was hard to tell the difference anymore. The remaining days of summer passed in a blur of preparation. Harry returned to the Potter Vault and immersed himself in the ritual texts he'd been studying. The autumn equinox binding renewal was complex, a 12-hour process that required precise alignment with astronomical phenomena, rare magical components, and the focused will of a warden who understood exactly what they were maintaining. His ancestors had performed this ritual every year for centuries. Harry would be doing it for the first time, with no teacher and no margin for error. The Goblin Alliance proved invaluable. Ragnarok provided components that couldn't be obtained through normal channels, powdered moonstone from the depths of Gringotts' oldest mines, blood from creatures that the Ministry classified as extinct, artifacts that had been held in trust for exactly this purpose. "The Goblin Nation has a long memory," Ragnarok said when Harry thanked him. "We remember the compact, even if the wizards have forgotten. Your ancestors dealt fairly with us. We honor that." Hermione and Draco contributed in their own ways, research notes, historical analyses, observations about magical theory that helped Harry understand the underlying principles of what he was attempting. They still didn't know the full truth about the drowned king, but they knew enough to be useful. Neville sent something more personal, a cutting from a plant that had grown in his family's garden for generations. "Gran says it's called Moon Veil," he wrote. "She doesn't know what it does, but she said I should give it to you. Something about old debts and older promises. I don't understand, but I hope it helps." The plant, when Harry examined it, radiated a gentle warmth that pushed back the cold inside him. He incorporated it into the ritual design without fully understanding why it felt right. Some magic worked on instinct rather than knowledge. September 20th arrived with clouds that seemed to press down on the world like a weight. Harry traveled to Azkaban alone, carrying everything he needed in a bag that had been expanded to hold far more than its physical dimensions should allow. The Dementors met him at the shore as before, but this time they guided him through the fortress's main gates rather than to the hidden passage. The ritual needed to be performed at the heart of Azkaban, in the central courtyard where the original binding had been established. Harry walked through corridors that echoed with the moans of the damned, past cells that held witches and wizards who had committed crimes beyond ordinary comprehension. He recognized some of them from the memories the Dementors had shared during his imprisonment. Death Eaters who had tortured and murdered with gleeful abandon. Dark wizards who had experimented on muggles and magical beings alike. Monsters in human form who deserved every moment of their eternal torment. But there were others who didn't belong. Political prisoners whose only crime had been opposing the wrong people at the wrong time. Victims of corrupt trials, like Harry himself had been. Innocents trapped in a system that didn't care about justice as long as it appeared to function. Harry filed those observations away for later. He had a responsibility to fulfill first. Justice could wait. The courtyard was a perfect circle, 50 feet across, paved with stones that had been worn smooth by centuries of Dementor passage. At its center stood a pillar of black obsidian, carved with the same symbols Harry had seen on the door to the threshold chamber. This was the anchor point. The place where the binding touched the physical world. Harry began his preparations as the sun began its descent toward the horizon. Components arranged in precise patterns. Ritual circles drawn with chalk that had been blessed in 7 different magical traditions. Candles placed at cardinal points, their flames burning an eerie blue that cast no shadows. The Dementors gathered at the courtyard's edge, drawn by the growing power. Harry could feel their attention like a weight on his shoulders, could sense their anticipation mixed with something that might have been fear. They were afraid of what he might do. Afraid that he might fail. Afraid that the binding they depended on for their existence might finally break. "I won't fail," Harry said, not sure if he was reassuring them or himself. "The compact holds. The binding endures." He stepped into the center of the ritual circle and began to speak the words his ancestors had spoken for 1,000 years. The renewal ceremony was not a battle. It was a conversation. As the equinox arrived, the moment when day and night balanced perfectly, when the boundaries between worlds grew thin, Harry's consciousness expanded beyond his physical form. He felt the binding in its entirety, a vast construct of will and power that wrapped around Azkaban like a net around a leviathan. He felt every point where it had weakened, every crack that had formed during the years without maintenance. And he felt the drowned king, pressing against the binding from within, testing its limits with patient persistence. "Little Warden." The voice was familiar now, almost welcome. "You've come to reinforce my cage. I've come to fulfill my duty." Duty. Such a human concept. The void pulsed with something that might have been amusement. "Tell me, Little Warden, do you still believe you can hold me forever? After seeing what I truly am?" Harry didn't answer directly. Instead, he began feeding power into the binding, using his own life force as fuel. It hurt, gods, it hurt, like being burned from the inside out, like having pieces of his soul scraped away. But he'd known it would hurt. His grandfather's journals had been very clear about the price. "You are determined," the king observed. "Admirable, in its way. But determination is not strength, and strength is not forever. Nothing is forever. You taught me that." "I did." The void pressed closer, intimate, almost gentle. "So you understand that your efforts are ultimately meaningless. The binding will fail eventually. The compact will break. Everything you love will drown in darkness. Maybe." Harry continued the ritual, feeling the binding strengthen with each passing moment. "But not today. Not this year. Not while I'm alive to stop you. And when you die? What then?" Harry smiled, even though the pain was becoming unbearable. "I've been thinking about that. About the fact that every warden eventually fails, eventually dies, eventually passes the burden to someone who might not be ready. A design flaw, the king agreed. One I have exploited many times. Yes. But here's what I've realized. Harry's voice was strained, but his will was iron. I'm not like the other wardens. I exist in the space between, remember. Life and death, light and dark. Which means I don't have to play by the same rules. For the first time, Harry felt something from the drowned king that might have been uncertainty. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that I don't plan to die. Not really. Not completely. Harry poured the last of his prepared power into the binding and felt it lock into place, stronger than it had been in decades. You've been waiting for the wardens to give up, to break down, to pass their burden to successors who would eventually fail. But what if there was a warden who never stopped? Who existed in the threshold forever, maintaining the binding for eternity? That would require you to become something other than human. I know. You would lose everything that makes existence meaningful. Love, joy, hope, all the things that make life worth living. Maybe. Harry finished the ritual and felt his consciousness begin to contract back into his physical form. Or maybe I'll find new meanings. New purposes. New reasons to exist that don't depend on the things you think I'd lose. The drowned king was silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, its voice carried something Harry had never heard from it before: respect. You are not what I expected, little warden. The Dementors were right to protect you. They weren't protecting me. They were investing in me. There's a difference. Perhaps. We shall see. The void receded, settling back into the depths of its prison. The binding holds. The compact is maintained. But remember my words, Harry Potter, nothing is forever. Not even determination. Harry opened his eyes. He was lying on the stones of the courtyard, his body aching like he'd been beaten by giants. The ritual candles had burned down to nothing. The chalk circles had been scoured away by the power that had flowed through them. But the binding was strong. Stronger than it had been in living memory. And somewhere in the back of Harry's mind, a plan was beginning to take shape. A plan that would change everything, if he had the courage to see it through. September 21st found Harry on the Hogwarts Express, watching the countryside scroll past his window with eyes that had seen things no one on this train could imagine. He'd spent the night in the Potter vault, recovering from the ritual, processing everything that had happened. The binding would hold for another year, longer, actually, thanks to the improvements he'd made to the standard renewal ceremony. He'd bought himself time. Time to prepare. Time to plan. Time to become something that could fulfill the duty he'd inherited. The compartment door slid open, and Hermione entered with Neville close behind. Draco arrived moments later, his expression carefully neutral despite the curiosity burning in his eyes. You look terrible, Hermione said, her bluntness softened by concern. What happened this summer? Your letters got very vague after August. Family business. Harry gestured for them to sit. Complicated family business that I'm not ready to explain yet. Will you ever be ready? Yes. When the time is right. He met each of their eyes in turn, making sure they understood. Trust me. Some things need to be handled carefully. Neville nodded without hesitation. Hermione frowned but didn't push. Draco studied Harry with an intensity that suggested he was drawing his own conclusions. My father's been meeting with foreign wizards all summer, Draco said eventually. Important ones, based on the security measures. Something big is happening, Potter. Something that has even him worried. The tournament, Harry said. Draco's expression sharpened. How do you know about that? I have sources. Harry leaned back in his seat, letting his body relax even as his mind raced. The Triwizard Tournament. A competition between Hogwarts and other European magical schools. It was discontinued centuries ago after too many champions died. They're bringing it back, Draco said. That's what Father's been preparing for. Representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving at Hogwarts this year. Hermione's eyes went wide. The Triwizard Tournament. But the death toll, the records say it was abolished precisely because, politics, Harry interrupted. Someone wants the tournament to happen, regardless of the risks. The question is why. He already had suspicions. The Triwizard Tournament was famous for its chaotic magic, its unpredictable challenges, its tendency to break down the normal rules that governed wizarding society. If someone wanted to create opportunities for activities that would normally be impossible, a tournament like this would be the perfect cover. And there was the matter of Crouch. The man who had sent Harry to Azkaban was also the man responsible for international magical cooperation. If anyone would have the authority to resurrect a deadly tournament, it would be him. Something's coming, Harry said quietly. Something bigger than any of us anticipated. We need to be ready. The train carried them north, toward a year that would change everything. Hogwarts welcomed Harry back with the same wariness he'd come to expect. Students still parted before him in the corridors. Teachers still watched him with expressions that mixed curiosity and concern. The Slytherin common room still fell silent when he entered, though now it was the silence of respect rather than fear. Harry had proven himself over the previous year. He'd demonstrated competence, showed he could be an ally rather than a threat, built a network of relationships that spanned all four houses. The whispers about his past hadn't stopped, they probably never would, but they'd been supplemented by new whispers about his present. The boy who fell. The Lord of Shadows. The student who'd faced Voldemort and walked away. Harry ignored the rumors and focused on what mattered, preparing for whatever was coming. The announcement about the Triwizard Tournament came at the start of term feast, delivered by Dumbledore with evident reluctance. Harry watched the headmaster's face as he explained the competition and saw the same concerns he'd felt himself, the awareness that this tournament was not just a celebration of magical cooperation, but a stage for events that someone, somewhere, had planned very carefully. The tournament will select one champion from each school, Dumbledore explained. Champions must be of age, 17 or older, and will be selected by an impartial judge, the Goblet of Fire. A golden goblet was unveiled, blue flames dancing above its rim. Harry studied it with the expanded senses his Azkaban years had given him and felt his suspicions crystallize. The goblet was old. Powerful. Bound by magic that predated the Ministry by centuries. But someone had been tampering with it recently, he could feel the traces of interference, like fingerprints on a window. Someone wanted a specific outcome from this tournament. Someone had already begun manipulating the selection process. Harry filed the observation away and continued watching as Dumbledore finished his speech. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive at the end of October. Until then, I encourage you all to focus on your studies and prepare to welcome our guests with the hospitality Hogwarts is famous for. The feast continued, but Harry's appetite had vanished. He had until October to figure out what was really happening. To identify the players, understand their goals, and position himself to interfere if necessary. The game was accelerating. Harry needed to accelerate with it. October arrived with the clash of ancient rivalries and new tensions. The Beauxbatons delegation came in a carriage pulled by horses the size of elephants, carrying students who looked down their elegant noses at Hogwarts' rough-hewn architecture. Their headmistress, Madame Maxime, was almost as large as Hagrid and considerably more refined. The Durmstrang delegation arrived in a ship that rose from the Black Lake like a nightmare surfacing from the depths. Their students were hard-eyed, battle-tested, and led by a headmaster whose face bore scars that told stories of violence survived. Igor Karkaroff. Former Death Eater. The man who had bought his freedom by naming names. Harry watched Karkaroff with particular attention during the welcoming feast. The Durmstrang headmaster was nervous, that much was obvious from his twitching hands and wandering eyes. He was afraid of something. Or someone. More interestingly, Karkaroff kept glancing at the staff table, specifically, at Severus Snape. The potions master noticed the attention and responded with cold contempt that suggested a history between them. Harry filed that away too. Every piece of information was potentially useful. The goblet of fire was placed in the entrance hall, surrounded by an age line that Dumbledore claimed would prevent underage students from entering. Harry studied the line with his enhanced senses and found it woefully inadequate. The line would stop a student from physically crossing it. It would not stop someone from submitting another person's name remotely. "They know it won't work," Hermione said, appearing at Harry's elbow. "The age line, I mean. It's symbolic, a way of saying, we tried to prevent underage entries without actually preventing them. You noticed too." Of course. Any competent magical theorist could see the loopholes. She frowned at the goblet. Which raises the question, why did Dumbledore choose such a weak protection? Because he wants to see what happens. He suspects someone is going to try something, and he wants to know who. Harry turned away from the goblet. The question is whether he'll be able to stop it when it happens. You don't think he will? I think Dumbledore is very good at certain things and very bad at others. He sees plots everywhere, which is useful, but he also assumes he can control them. Sometimes he can't. Halloween brought the selection of champions. The Great Hall was packed with students and delegates, all watching as the goblet's flames shifted from blue to red. One by one, it ejected 3 slips of parchment. The Beauxbatons champion is Fleur Delacour. A beautiful blonde girl rose from the French delegation, her head held high, her expression confident. Harry sensed strong magical talent beneath her composed exterior. The Durmstrang champion is Victor Crumb. The famous Quidditch player stood to thunderous applause, his face as impassive as stone. He was powerful, Harry could feel it radiating from him like heat from a forge. The Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory. A handsome Hufflepuff 7th year made his way to the front, looking genuinely surprised by his selection. Harry marked him as decent, capable, and probably in over his head. The 3 champions disappeared into an antechamber, and Dumbledore began his closing remarks. Then the goblet's flames turned red again. Harry felt the manipulation before he saw its results, a surge of foreign magic, a twist in the goblet's enchantments, a name being forced through protections that should have been impenetrable. A 4th piece of parchment shot from the flames. Dumbledore caught it. "Read it." His face went pale. Harry Potter. The silence that fell over the Great Hall was absolute. Harry didn't move. Didn't react. His mind was racing through implications, calculating probabilities, identifying the most likely culprits. Crouch. It had to be Crouch. The man had tried to destroy Harry through Azkaban, this was just another approach. Or Voldemort. The Wraith was still out there, still scheming, still searching for ways to return to power. Or someone else entirely. Someone Harry hadn't identified yet, working toward goals he couldn't predict. Harry Potter. Dumbledore's voice was louder now, commanding. "Please come forward." Harry rose from the Slytherin table and walked toward the front of the hall. Every eye followed him. Every whisper fell silent. The boy who fell was once again at the center of something he hadn't chosen. But this time, Harry was ready. Whatever trap had been set, whoever had set it, they had just made a serious mistake. They had given Harry Potter a stage. And Harry had never been one to waste an opportunity. The confrontation in the antechamber was predictable. Accusations. Denials. Demands for explanation that no one could provide. Karkaroff ranted about cheating. Madame Maxime expressed dignified outrage. The other champions looked at Harry with expressions ranging from suspicion to hostility. Harry stood in the center of it all and said nothing. Eventually, Crouch himself arrived, the architect of Harry's suffering, looking pale and strained in a way that suggested he was as surprised by this development as anyone. That was interesting. If Crouch hadn't arranged this, who had? The goblet's decision is final, Crouch said, his voice carrying the weight of legal authority. Harry Potter must compete. He's 14 years old, McGonagall protested. The age line was clearly insufficient. But the magical contract is binding regardless. Crouch's eyes met Harry's, and for just a moment, fear flickered in their depths. Mr. Potter is now a Triwizard champion. There is no provision for withdrawal. Harry smiled. Crouch flinched. I look forward to the competition, Harry said, his voice perfectly calm. May the best champion win. He walked out of the antechamber without waiting for a response, leaving chaos in his wake. Someone had forced him into this tournament. Someone had manipulated ancient magic to put him in danger. Harry intended to find out who. And when he did, they would learn exactly what the Lord of Shadows did to those who threatened him. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Weight of Shadows. The castle turned against Harry within hours of the goblet's announcement. Not physically, the ancient stones remained neutral in the face of student politics, but the atmosphere shifted into something hostile that followed him through every corridor. Hufflepuff had never forgiven his sorting into Slytherin, now they had a champion of their own to defend. Gryffindor saw another opportunity to condemn the boy who fell. Even Ravenclaw, usually too absorbed in academic pursuits to care about house rivalries, looked at him with cold calculation. Harry ignored it all. They're saying you confunded someone into putting your name in, Hermione reported 2 days after Halloween, sliding into a seat across from him in the library. That you used dark magic to bypass the age line. Rita Skeeter's already written 3 articles about your history of magical violence. Let them talk. Harry didn't look up from the book he was studying, an ancient text on binding magics that he'd retrieved from the restricted section with a note from Snape. Public opinion is irrelevant to what's actually happening. And what is actually happening? Harry closed the book and finally met her eyes. Someone wanted me in this tournament badly enough to tamper with a 1,000-year-old magical artifact. That level of interference requires either incredible power or incredible knowledge, possibly both. The question isn't why people are angry at me. The question is who benefits from my participation. Voldemort, Hermione said immediately. He tried to kill you last year. This could be another attempt. Possible. But the goblet's manipulation required physical access and sustained contact. Voldemort is still a wraith, dependent on hosts who can be identified and tracked. If he'd been in the castle long enough to tamper with the goblet, Dumbledore would have noticed. Then who? Harry had been wrestling with that question since Halloween night. The list of suspects was frustratingly long. Crouch had the motive but seemed genuinely surprised by the development. Karkaroff was a former Death Eater with unknown loyalties. Even Dumbledore couldn't be entirely ruled out, the old wizard played games within games, and Harry had learned not to trust apparent allies. I don't know yet, he admitted. But the tournament gives me opportunities to investigate. 3 tasks, spread across the school year, each one requiring access to restricted areas and unusual magical situations. Whoever set this up wanted me exposed to danger. I intend to use that exposure to find them. Hermione's expression shifted from concern to determination. What do you need me to research? Harry smiled, a genuine expression, warmer than most people ever saw from him. Everything about the Triwizard Tournament's history. Specifically, every instance where champions died or were seriously injured. If someone's planning to kill me during a task, they'll probably use methods that have worked before. That's morbid. That's practical. The difference matters. The first task was scheduled for November 24th, less than a month away. Harry spent the intervening weeks in a state of focused preparation that concerned his friends and impressed his enemies. He trained in unused classrooms, practicing combat magic that most students wouldn't learn until their newt years. He studied the tournament's history, memorizing every recorded death and near-death, building a catalogue of dangers he might face. And he watched. The castle was full of people with secrets, and Harry had learned in Azkaban how to read the subtle signs of hidden agendas. Karkaroff was meeting with someone in the Forbidden Forest. Harry tracked his movements through the Dementors' whispers, which still reached him even at this distance from Azkaban. Crouch's behavior grew increasingly erratic, his public appearances marked by confusion and forgetfulness that seemed too convenient to be genuine. Most interestingly, a new figure had appeared on the Hogwarts staff. Alastor Moody, the famous Auror, the man who had filled half of Azkaban with dark wizards, had been hired to teach defense against the dark arts. He was paranoid, aggressive, and constantly drinking from a hip flask that he claimed contained a potion for his numerous ailments. Harry didn't believe the explanation for a moment. "There's something wrong with him," Harry told Draco during one of their private meetings in the Room of Requirement. "The real Moody would never accept a teaching position. He's been retired for years, living in isolation, jumping at shadows. Why would he suddenly agree to spend a year surrounded by students he'd have to trust not to attack him?" "Maybe Dumbledore convinced him," Draco suggested. "Dumbledore's been trying to recruit Moody for decades. The man always refused." Harry paced the room, his mind working through possibilities. Someone's impersonating him. It's the only explanation that fits. Polyjuice? Most likely. The constant drinking would be necessary to maintain the transformation. Harry stopped pacing. The question is, who's underneath the disguise, and what do they want? Draco had no answer. Neither did Harry, yet. But he was getting closer. November 14th brought an unexpected development. Harry was leaving the library after a late-night research session when he felt something shift in the castle's magical atmosphere. It was subtle, a flutter in the wards, a whisper of power that didn't belong, but Harry's senses had been honed by 3 years of Dementor communion, and he noticed what most wizards would have missed. Someone was performing a ritual. Somewhere in the castle. Right now. He followed the traces through corridors that most students never visited, past classrooms that had been locked for generations. The magic grew stronger as he climbed, leading him toward the highest levels of the castle, where abandoned towers held secrets that even Dumbledore might not know. The door at the top of the final staircase was warded, but the protections recognized Harry's bloodline and melted away at his approach. Inside, he found something he hadn't expected. A ghost. But not one of Hogwarts' usual transparent residents. This spirit was solid, almost alive, kneeling in the center of a ritual circle that had been carved into the stone floor centuries ago. "You're earlier than I expected," the ghost said without looking up. "I thought I'd have to wait until Christmas at least." Harry's wand was in his hand, but he didn't raise it. The ghost's presence didn't feel hostile, just old. Impossibly old. "Who are you?" "Names have power, young warden. You should know that better than most." The ghost finally looked up, and Harry saw a face that was familiar from the portraits in Gringotts, from the records in the Potter Vault. "But since you ask, I am Ignotus Peverell. Your ancestor, in more ways than you might realize." Harry's mind raced. Ignotus Peverell, the youngest of the 3 brothers, the one who had asked death for an invisibility cloak, who had lived to old age and greeted death as an equal. The origin of the Potter line. "The threshold," Harry said, understanding dawning. "You're connected to it, like Igraine." Igraine was a pale shadow of what she once was, maintained only by her determination to pass on knowledge to the next warden. "I am something different." Ignotus rose from his kneeling position, and Harry saw that his form was indeed more substantial than any ghost he'd encountered. "I am the first warden. The one who forged the compact with the thing you call the Drowned King. And I have been waiting for you, Harry Potter, since the moment of your birth." "Why?" "Because you are the culmination of everything my brothers and I set in motion 1,000 years ago. The bloodlines we established, the artifacts we created, the bargains we struck with powers beyond mortal comprehension, all of it was designed to produce you." Harry felt the cold inside him stir at the ancestor's words. "You're saying my existence was planned?" I'm saying your existence was hoped for. Planned implies certainty we never had. Ignotus moved closer, studying Harry with eyes that had seen centuries. My brothers and I understood that the drowned king could not be contained forever. The compact was always temporary, a delay rather than a solution. We knew that eventually, someone would need to find a permanent answer. And you think I'm that someone? I think you're the only candidate who's ever had a chance. Ignotus gestured at Harry's forehead, at the scar that marked where Voldemort's curse had rebounded. The prophecy that bound you to Tom Riddle was not random. It was the culmination of magical currents my brothers and I set in motion before Hogwarts was founded. The Horcrux he accidentally created when he tried to kill you, that was not chance either. We needed a warden who existed between life and death, who could walk the threshold without being consumed by it. You needed a monster. We needed a bridge. Ignotus's voice was gentle, almost paternal. The drowned king cannot be destroyed by the living, because it exists beyond life. It cannot be destroyed by the dead, because it predates death itself. But you, Harry, you are neither fully alive nor fully dead. You carry a piece of another soul within you. You have been touched by Dementors without being consumed. You exist in a space between, where the rules are different. Harry was silent for a long moment, processing the implications. His entire life, the prophecy, the attack, Azkaban, everything, had been orchestrated toward a single purpose. What, for now? Survive the tournament. Whoever entered your name has goals that align with the drowned king's eventual release, consciously or not, they're working toward the same end. Stop them if you can. Learn what you can if you can't. Ignotus began to fade, his form losing cohesion. I will come to you again when the time is right. There is much more to explain, but the ritual that allowed me to manifest cannot be sustained indefinitely. Wait, the tournament. The first task. What am I facing? Ignotus's fading lips curved into something like a smile. Dragons, young warden. They've brought dragons. Then he was gone, leaving Harry alone in the abandoned tower with more questions than answers. Dragons. Harry spent the next week researching every species of dragon known to wizarding kind, their strengths and weaknesses, the methods that had been used to subdue or evade them throughout history. The task was almost certainly going to involve some kind of confrontation. The tournament's history was full of champions who'd faced magical beasts, and Harry intended to be prepared. He also confirmed Ignotus's information through other means. A late-night expedition to the Forbidden Forest revealed 4 massive dragons being kept in a hidden enclosure, tended by handlers who had been sworn to secrecy. Harry watched from the shadows, cataloging each beast with cold precision. A Hungarian horntail. A Chinese fireball. A Swedish shortsnout. A Welsh green. The horntail was the most dangerous, aggressive, fast, and equipped with tail spikes that could kill as easily as its flames. Harry found himself hoping he wouldn't draw that particular monster. Hope, he reminded himself, was not a strategy. He prepared for the worst and planned for every contingency. November 24th arrived with frost on the windows and tension in the air. The champions were led to a tent beside a massive arena that had been constructed on the castle grounds. Harry could hear the crowd gathering, thousands of voices, buzzing with anticipation for the spectacle to come. You look calm, Cedric Diggory said, studying Harry from across the tent. The Hufflepuff champion had maintained a careful neutrality throughout the weeks of preparation, neither joining the attacks on Harry nor defending him. Aren't you nervous? Nervous is unproductive. Harry was adjusting his wand holster, making sure the weapon would draw smoothly. I've faced worse than dragons. Cedric's expression flickered, doubt, curiosity, something else Harry couldn't identify. The Dementors. That's what people say about Azkaban. That it's worse than any physical danger. People say a lot of things. Some of them are even true. Before Cedric could respond, Ludo Bagman entered the tent with a purple bag clutched in his hands. The head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports was beaming with poorly concealed excitement. Champions. Time to learn what you're facing. Bagman held up the bag, which was moving slightly. You'll each draw a miniature version of the beast you'll be fighting. Your task, retrieve a golden egg from the dragon's nest. The egg contains a clue for the second task. The drawings proceeded quickly. Fleur pulled the Welsh green. Crumb got the Chinese fireball. Cedric drew the Swedish short snout. Harry reached into the bag and felt scaled miniature wings brush against his fingers. He pulled out his dragon already knowing what it would be. The Hungarian horntail snarled at him from his palm, tiny flames licking between its jaws. Bad luck, Cedric said quietly. Luck is preparation meeting opportunity. Harry tucked the miniature into his pocket. I've prepared. Now I just need to create the opportunity. The cannon sounded. The first champion, Cedric, made his way into the arena. Harry waited, listening to the crowd's reactions, building a mental picture of what was happening. Cheers. Gasps. A prolonged silence followed by thunderous applause. Cedric had succeeded, apparently, though Harry could hear the strain in the announcer's voice that suggested it hadn't been easy. Fleur went next. Her approach was more elegant. Harry could hear incantations that suggested transfiguration or enchantment, but it took longer, and the crowd's energy was different. More tense. More uncertain. Crumb followed. The Durmstrang champion was direct, almost brutal in his efficiency. The dragon's roar of pain suggested he'd found a way to neutralize the threat rather than evade it. Then it was Harry's turn. The arena was a pit of rock and fire. Harry emerged from the champion's entrance and immediately assessed his environment. The horntail crouched at the far end, its body curled protectively around a nest that contained dozens of eggs, including one that gleamed gold among the gray shells. The dragon's eyes tracked Harry's movement with predatory intelligence. This was not a mindless beast. The horntail was calculating, patient, waiting for Harry to make a mistake. Harry didn't intend to make any. He raised his wand and began walking forward, not toward the dragon, but along the arena's perimeter, forcing the creature to turn to keep him in sight. The horntail shifted, its massive body grinding against stone, its tail spikes scraping furrows in the rock. The crowd murmured. They'd expected spells, strategy, dramatic confrontation. Harry was just walking. When he'd circled halfway around the arena, Harry stopped and lowered his wand. "I'm not here to hurt you," he said quietly. His voice shouldn't have carried over the crowd noise, but the dragon's head tilted slightly, as if listening. "I don't want your eggs. Just the gold one. It doesn't belong to you anyway." The horntail's eyes narrowed. Smoke curled from its nostrils. Harry reached inside himself, to the cold place that had kept him alive in Azkaban, and pushed. The temperature in the arena dropped by 20 degrees in an instant. The crowd gasped as frost spread across the rocks, as their breath began to mist. The dragon felt it too. Harry could see the creature's confusion as the fire in its belly met something it had never encountered before. Cold. Deep cold. The cold of the threshold, where flames meant nothing and heat was just another form of energy to be consumed. "I am the warden," Harry said, and his voice carried power now, resonating with the binding that connected him to things far more dangerous than dragons. "I speak to creatures that drink souls, that exist between life and death, that have seen the end of worlds. You are magnificent, Mother Dragon. But you are not my enemy, and I am not yours." The horntail went still. For a long, breathless moment, nothing moved. The crowd was silent. The dragon studied Harry with ancient eyes that had seen centuries of wizards try to dominate, to destroy, to prove their superiority. Harry wasn't trying to dominate. He was asking for permission. The dragon's head lowered, not in submission, but in acknowledgement. It shifted slightly, creating a narrow path to the nest that hadn't existed before. Harry walked forward without hesitation. He reached into the nest, claimed the golden egg, and walked back out. The horntail watched him the entire way. When he reached the arena's exit, the dragon let out a single roar, not of anger or defeat, but of something that sounded almost like respect. The crowd exploded into noise. Harry didn't hear any of it. He was thinking about what Ignotus had said. About bridges and thresholds and the space between. About what he was becoming. The scores were announced that evening at a formal gathering in the Great Hall. Harry received the highest marks of any champion, perfect 10s from most judges, with only Karkaroff breaking ranks to give him a 4. The Durmstrang headmaster's spite was so transparent that even the crowd booed. "How did you do it?" Fleur Delacour approached Harry after the ceremony, her beautiful face marked with genuine curiosity. "The dragon, it obeyed you. That should not be possible. I didn't make it obey. I asked it to cooperate." Harry studied the French champion with interest. She was more perceptive than her elegant exterior suggested. Dragons are intelligent. They understand respect. The tournament treats them like obstacles to be overcome. I treated her like a mother protecting her children. You speak as if you understand monsters. I spent 3 years surrounded by them. Understanding was survival. Fleur's expression shifted, calculation giving way to something more genuine. They say you are dangerous, Harry Potter. That you should have stayed in Azkaban where you belonged. She paused. I think perhaps they are right that you are dangerous. But not for the reasons they believe. What reasons do you believe? I think you are dangerous because you see things others miss. Because you do not play by the rules that everyone else accepts. She smiled, and it was not the practiced seduction she used on most men. I think we should talk more, you and I. I suspect we have much in common. She walked away before Harry could respond, leaving him with yet another unexpected variable to consider. December brought snow and the announcement of a Yule Ball. Harry had more important things to worry about than dancing, but the social event proved impossible to avoid. Champions were required to attend and to open the ball with their partners, which meant Harry needed to find someone willing to be seen with the most controversial figure in Hogwarts. I'll go with you, Hermione said when Harry raised the problem. If you want, I mean. I know I'm not, you're the most intelligent person I know, and one of the few I actually trust. Harry cut off her self-deprecation. I'd be honored. Hermione's smile was worth more than any political advantage the ball might have offered. The night itself was a study in contrasts. The Great Hall had been transformed into a winter wonderland, ice sculptures, enchanted snow, music that seemed to come from the air itself. Students in formal robes danced and laughed and forgot, for a few hours, the tensions that had marked the term. Harry and Hermione moved through the crowd like shadows through candlelight. They danced the opening number. Harry had learned the steps from memories the Dementors had shared, echoes of prisoners who'd once been skilled at such things, and then retreated to the edges of the celebration to observe. Karkaroff's been watching you all night, Hermione noted. He looks terrified. He should be. His dark mark's been burning for months. I can see the way he favors his left arm, the way he flinches at unexpected movements. Harry tracked the Durmstrang headmaster's movements across the dance floor. Voldemort's getting stronger. The Wraith is finding its way back to power. The tournament. Almost certainly. Someone entered my name because they need me here, involved in this competition. The only question is what happens at the end. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, Harry, what are you going to do? When you find out who's responsible? Harry considered the question. The answer he wanted to give, the truth, was probably not what Hermione needed to hear. I'm going to stop them, he said finally. Whatever it takes. Hermione nodded, but her eyes held concern that suggested she understood what he wasn't saying. The ball continued around them. Music and laughter and the illusion of normalcy. Harry watched it all and felt the cold inside him stir with impatience. The golden egg's riddle took weeks to decipher. It screamed when opened, a sound that drove most listeners to cover their ears in pain. But Harry had heard worse things in Azkaban, had absorbed memories of sounds that would shatter sanity, and he forced himself to listen past the noise to the pattern beneath. Water. The clue made sense when submerged in water. Harry took the egg to the prefect's bathroom, a perk of his unusual status as underage champion, and opened it beneath the surface. The screaming transformed into haunting song, "Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground, and while you're searching, ponder this, we've taken what you'll sorely miss, an hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took, but past an hour, the prospect's black, too late, it's gone, it won't come back. Mere people. The Black Lake." Something would be taken that Harry would sorely miss, and he'd have an hour to retrieve it from the lake's depths. The task was scheduled for February 24th. Harry began preparing immediately. The bubblehead charm was the obvious solution, easy to cast, reliable, well documented. But Harry had learned in Azkaban not to rely on obvious solutions. Magic could be dispelled. Charms could fail. He needed alternatives. The Potter Vault provided one. Among his ancestors' artifacts was a ring that allowed the wearer to breathe underwater, a relic from centuries past, when the Potters had maintained alliances with mere kingdoms that no longer existed. Harry claimed it without hesitation. He also began practicing techniques that no first year should have known. The Dementors had shared memories of wizards who'd learned to slow their heartbeats, to reduce their need for oxygen, to exist in states of suspended animation that blurred the line between life and death. Harry was already on that line. Pushing further felt natural. February arrived with the realization that something was wrong. Harry felt it first in his dreams, whispers from Azkaban that had grown more urgent, more frightened. The Dementors were agitated, clustering around certain cells, ignoring their usual routines. The binding was holding, but the thing beneath was pushing harder than it had in months. Then he felt it in his waking hours. A presence in the castle that shouldn't have been there. Something dark, something patient, something that watched Harry with eyes he couldn't see. "Moody's been asking questions about you," Draco reported during their regular meeting. "Detailed questions, your abilities, your relationships, your weaknesses. He says it's professional interest, threat assessment for a tournament champion. But the questions he asks. What kind of questions? About your scar. About what happened the night Voldemort died. About whether you've ever had visions or dreams that felt like they came from somewhere else." Draco's expression was troubled. "Father says Moody was always obsessive, but this seems different. More focused." Harry had been watching Moody closely for months. The man who wore that face was skilled at maintaining his disguise, but Harry's senses had been sharpened by Azkaban, and he'd noticed inconsistencies. The way Moody moved when he thought no one was watching, smoother, more confident than a man with a wooden leg should manage. The way his magical eye occasionally lost focus, as if the wearer wasn't quite sure how to control it. "It's not really Moody," Harry said. "I've been certain for weeks. The question is who it actually is, and what they want." "You think they're connected to the tournament?" "I think they're connected to everything. The goblet's manipulation. The first task. Whatever's planned for the second task. It all ties together, and Moody, or whoever's wearing his face, is at the center of it." The night before the second task, Harry dreamed. He stood at the bottom of an endless ocean, pressure crushing him from every direction, darkness complete and absolute. The cold inside him resonated with the cold of the depths, recognizing something familiar. The drowned king was waiting for him. Little Warden. The voice came from everywhere, from the void itself. "You grow stronger. I can feel you, even from here, even through the binding that separates us. I'm preparing for a task. A swimming challenge. You're preparing for something far more significant." The presence pressed closer, intimate, almost tender. "The tournament is a mechanism, young Potter. A ritual disguised as a competition. Every task weakens the barriers between worlds, feeds power into channels that have been dormant for centuries. Voldemort. Voldemort is a tool, nothing more. He thinks he seeks immortality, but what he truly seeks is something far older. The Horcruxes he created, the rituals he performed, the darkness he embraced, all of it echoes work that was done long before his birth. The void pulsed with something like amusement. Your precious Dark Lord is trying to become like me. A consciousness that exists beyond death. He doesn't understand that such existence is not eternal life, it is eternal hunger. You're saying Voldemort wants to become like the drowned king. I'm saying Voldemort's rebirth, if it occurs, will tear holes in the fabric of reality that will take generations to repair. The tournament is the first step, a gathering of magical power at a location where the barriers are already thin. Your blood, freely given or forcibly taken, will be used to anchor Voldemort's new form to the physical world. And every anchor he creates is a crack in the binding that contains me. Harry absorbed the information, filing it away for analysis. Why are you telling me this? Because you interest me, little warden. Because you are not what I expected. The presence receded slightly, giving Harry room to think. I have waited millennia for the compact to break. I could wait millennia more. But you represent a possibility I had not considered. A warden who might actually find a way to end our conflict permanently. By defeating you. By understanding me. The same thing, in the end. The void began to fade, the dream dissolving around its edges. Survive the tournament, Harry Potter. Find the one who wears Moody's face. And when the moment comes to choose, choose wisely. The fate of more than one world may depend on it. Harry woke with the taste of deep water in his mouth and the certainty that everything was about to change. The second task began at 9:30 on a grey February morning. Harry stood at the edge of the Black Lake with the other champions, watching the dark water lap against the shore. Somewhere below, something he would sorely miss was being held hostage. Given the pattern of the tournament, he suspected it was a person, someone close to him, someone whose loss would hurt. Hermione. The thought crystallized with cold certainty. They would have taken Hermione. The cannon fired. Fleur dove into the water with elegant precision, her wand already moving through the gestures of the bubblehead charm. Crumb followed, his body twisting mid-dive into something that wasn't quite human, partial transfiguration, impressive and dangerous. Cedric went third, his approach similar to Fleur's. Harry walked into the lake. He didn't swim. He didn't even try to float. He simply walked forward, letting the water close over his head, letting the pressure build as the bottom dropped away beneath his feet. The ring on his finger activated, providing air. But Harry barely needed it. He reached inside himself, found the cold place that had kept him alive through 3 years of Dementors, and let it expand. The water around him began to freeze. Not solid, that would have trapped him, but crystalline, organized, responding to his will in ways that water shouldn't respond to anything. Harry walked through the Black Lake as if walking through a tunnel, the water parting before him and closing behind him, forming walls of not quite ice that guided him deeper. The creatures of the lake felt his passage and fled. Grindylows scattered. Schools of fish vanished into darkness. Even the giant squid, ancient and territorial, withdrew its tentacles from Harry's path. He was not swimming through their home. He was claiming it. The Merepeople village appeared through the murk like a fever dream, stone buildings covered in algae, strange light filtering from sources Harry couldn't identify, and at the center, 4 figures tied to a statue in the village square. Hermione. Ron Weasley. A young girl who resembled Fleur. Another girl who must have been important to Crumb. All of them appeared to be sleeping, suspended in the water by the ropes that bound them. Harry approached and began cutting Hermione free. The Merepeople watched from a distance, their weapons raised but not attacking. They could feel what he was, the cold that radiated from him, the power that bent the water to his will. They were afraid. Good. Hermione came loose just as Cedric arrived, looking startled by Harry's presence and methods. The Hufflepuff champion claimed his hostage without comment and began swimming toward the surface. Harry waited. Crumb appeared next, his shark-like form cutting through the water with brutal efficiency. He freed his hostage, the other girl, and departed. Fleur didn't come. Harry checked his mental count. The hour wasn't over yet. Fleur had entered the water first, should have arrived before any of them. But her hostage, the young girl, still floated in the grip of the merpeople's ropes. Something had gone wrong. Harry made a choice. "I'm taking both of them," he said, his voice carrying through the water despite physics that should have made speech impossible. "The other champion isn't coming." The merpeople hissed and raised their spears. Harry ignored them. He cut the second hostage free and gathered both unconscious figures in his arms. The water responded to his will, propelling him upward faster than any natural swimming could have achieved. He broke the surface with seconds to spare, gasping for air that his body hadn't actually needed. On the shore, Fleur Delacour was being treated for Grindylow wounds, her face stricken with despair. Until she saw Harry carrying her sister to safety. The aftermath of the second task reshaped alliances in ways Harry hadn't anticipated. Fleur's gratitude was profound and genuine. "You saved my sister," she said, cornering Harry in the corridor outside the Great Hall. "The Grindylows, they were too many. I could not fight through. I thought," her voice broke. "I thought Gabrielle would die. She was in no real danger. The tournament wouldn't actually harm a hostage. You don't know that. You couldn't have known that." Fleur's eyes searched his face. "Why did you save her? You had Hermione. You had no obligation. I don't leave people behind if I can help it." Harry's voice was flat, but something genuine lurked beneath the words. "I spent 3 years being left behind. Being forgotten. Being treated as worthless. I won't do that to anyone else." Fleur was silent for a moment. Then she stepped forward and kissed him on the cheek. "You are a good man, Harry Potter. Whatever else you may be, whatever darkness you carry, you are good." She walked away before Harry could formulate a response. He stood alone in the corridor, touching the place where her lips had brushed his skin, and wondered if she was right. March brought spring rains and escalating tension. The third task was scheduled for June, and rumors swirled about what it might involve. Harry continued his investigation into Moody's true identity, gathering evidence, building a picture of the conspiracy that had entangled him. The pieces were falling into place. Crouch's son, the Death Eater who had supposedly died in Azkaban, was alive. Harry had confirmed this through Gringotts' intelligence network. Bartemius Crouch Jr. had been smuggled out of prison by his dying mother, kept hidden and controlled through the Imperius Curse for over a decade. And sometime in the past year, he'd escaped his father's control. The question was where he'd gone. Who he was now. What he was planning. Harry suspected he already knew. Moody had access to everything at Hogwarts. Could have tampered with the goblet. Could have ensured Harry drew the horntail. Could have arranged for the Grindylows to attack Fleur, testing Harry's reactions. Everything pointed to Bartemius Crouch Jr. wearing Alastair Moody's face. Everything pointed to a plan that would culminate in the third task. Harry began preparing for war. The breakthrough came in April. Harry was leaving Snape's office after a grueling occlumency lesson. The potions master had agreed to teach him the art of mental defense, ostensibly to protect against legilimency but really to strengthen the walls around Harry's most dangerous secrets, when he felt the false Moody's presence nearby. Something was different tonight. The impostor was agitated, his magical signature fluctuating in ways that suggested emotional disturbance. Harry followed at a distance, using the shadows to conceal his pursuit. Crouch Jr., if that's who it was, led Harry to the edge of the forbidden forest, where a figure waited in the darkness. Bartemius Crouch Sr. father and son faced each other across 20 feet of moonlit ground. The elder Crouch looked terrible, thin, haggard, his eyes wild with confusion that might have been the after-effects of a curse. "You can't do this," Crouch Sr. said, his voice cracking. "The Dark Lord, you don't understand what you're helping to release." "I understand perfectly, Father." The false Moody's voice had changed, shedding its gruff disguise to reveal something younger, more desperate, more mad. "The Dark Lord will return. He will reward those who remained faithful. And you who imprisoned your own son, who left me to rot in Azkaban while you pursued your pathetic career, I saved you. Your mother begged me, you kept me a prisoner. Controlled me. Used me." Crouch Jr.'s wand came up. "But no more. The Dark Lord has given me a purpose. A mission. And when he returns, you will be the first to pay for your crimes." Harry stepped out of the shadows. "Actually," he said, "I think we need to have a conversation first." The confrontation lasted less than a minute. Crouch Jr. was skilled, dangerous, driven by fanatical devotion to Voldemort. But Harry had been trained by Azkaban, by the Dementors, by the cold of the threshold itself. When magic clashed, there was no contest. Harry's stunner caught the impostor in the chest. The elder Crouch collapsed a moment later, overwhelmed by the confusion curse his son had placed on him months ago. Harry stood over both unconscious figures and considered his options. He could turn them in. Alert Dumbledore, let the authorities handle the situation. The conspiracy would be exposed, the tournament might be cancelled, and Harry could return to his preparations for the drowned king without distraction. But that would mean giving up control of the situation. Letting others decide what happened next. Trusting institutions that had already failed him once, catastrophically. Harry had learned not to trust institutions. He made a different choice. Crouch Jr. woke in the Potter vault, bound by chains that had held darker creatures than Death Eaters. Harry sat across from him, the golden egg resting on a table between them. The third task secret, a maze filled with obstacles and dangers, leading to the Triwizard Cup at its center, had been extracted from Crouch's confused mind before Harry had brought the prisoner here. "You're going to tell me everything," Harry said. "The plan, the timeline, every detail of what Voldemort intends." Crouch Jr. laughed, a broken, desperate sound. "You think you can threaten me? I've served the Dark Lord since I was 16. I've endured Azkaban. Nothing you can do, I endured Azkaban too." Harry's voice was soft, but something in it made Crouch fall silent. 3 years. Starting at age 8. Do you want to know what I learned there? Crouch's defiance flickered. "I learned that Dementors don't just feed on happiness. They feed on identity. Sense of self. The things that make you who you are." Harry leaned forward. "I also learned how to communicate with them. How to direct their attention. How to tell them which parts of a soul to consume first." "You're bluffing." Harry smiled. The temperature in the vault dropped by 30 degrees. Frost crept across the walls. And from the shadows in the corners, from spaces that shouldn't have been able to contain anything, shapes began to emerge. Not fully materialized Dementors. Just hints. Fragments. The whisper of their presence, reaching toward Crouch Jr. with hungry attention. Crouch screamed. "Tell me everything," Harry repeated. "And I'll send them away. Refuse, and I'll let them have your memories. All of them. Every moment of joy you've ever experienced. Every shred of identity that makes you Bartemius Crouch instead of just another empty shell." The interrogation lasted 6 hours. By the end, Harry knew everything. Voldemort's plan was elegant in its simplicity. The Triwizard Cup at the center of the maze would be a portkey, transporting whoever touched it to a graveyard in Little Hangleton, the village where Voldemort's father was buried. There, a ritual would be performed using Harry's blood, Voldemort's father's bone, and Pettigrew's flesh to give the Dark Lord a new body. The rebirth would anchor Voldemort more firmly to the physical world than his Horcruxes alone could achieve. It would also, according to the drowned king's warning, tear holes in reality that would weaken the binding between worlds. Harry considered his options. He could avoid the maze entirely. Refuse to participate. Let the tournament conclude without him. But that would leave Voldemort's servants free to find another way. Crouch Jr. was captured, but Pettigrew was still out there, still loyal, still capable of carrying out the ritual with different victims. No. Harry needed to be at that graveyard. Needed to confront Voldemort directly. Needed to end this, one way or another. He made his preparations and waited for June. The night before the third task, Harry visited Dumbledore's office. The headmaster was waiting for him, unsurprising, given Dumbledore's ability to anticipate events that shouldn't have been predictable. The old wizard looked tired, worried, aged in ways that Harry hadn't noticed before. "You know," Dumbledore said without preamble. "You've discovered Crouch's plan." "I've discovered more than that." Harry settled into the chair across from Dumbledore's desk. "I've discovered that you suspected from the beginning. That you let me be entered in this tournament because you wanted to see what Voldemort's servants would do." Dumbledore didn't deny it. "The tournament was always a trap, Harry. The question was, for whom? And you decided to use me as bait. I decided to trust that you could handle whatever emerged. I was not wrong. Crouch Jr. is captured, his plans exposed, and you are still alive." Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. "I know you're angry. You have every right to be. But consider, if I had interfered earlier, we might never have learned the full extent of Voldemort's plans. His servants would have found another way, one we couldn't anticipate. So my safety was acceptable collateral. Your safety was never in question. You've proven yourself more than capable of handling threats that would destroy most adult wizards." Dumbledore's voice softened. "I know what you are, Harry. What you've become. The Dementors speak your name with something that sounds like reverence. The creatures of the lake fled at your approach. You are not the boy who was sent to Azkaban 3 years ago. You are something new. Something the wizarding world has never seen. And that makes it acceptable to manipulate me. That makes it necessary to trust you." Dumbledore leaned forward. "Tomorrow's task will be dangerous, more dangerous than you know, even with Crouch's information. Voldemort has servants I haven't been able to identify, plans within plans that extend beyond the tournament. I cannot protect you from what's coming, Harry. All I can do is make sure you have the tools you need to protect yourself." He slid a package across the desk. Harry opened it to find a wand, not his holly and phoenix feather, but something older, more powerful, humming with contained magic. "The Elder Wand," Dumbledore said quietly. "One of the 3 Deathly Hallows. I won it from Grindelwald decades ago, and I have kept it ever since, waiting for someone who could wield it properly." Harry stared at the wand, feeling its power call to the ring on his finger, to the cloak folded in his pocket. 3 Hallows. 3 artifacts created by his ancestors. "Why give me this now?" "Because you're going to need it." Dumbledore's expression was grave. "And because I trust you not to be corrupted by it. The Elder Wand has driven men mad with power. But you, Harry, you've already touched power that makes the wand look like a child's toy. The darkness of the threshold. The cold of the drowned king. Next to that, what is one more artifact?" Harry picked up the wand. It felt right in his hand, not replacing his holly wand, but complementing it. 2 aspects of the same power. "Thank you," he said. The words felt inadequate, but he meant them. "Don't thank me yet." Dumbledore's smile was sad. "Tomorrow, you face trials I cannot help you with. Whatever happens in that maze, whatever choices you make, they will shape the future of our world in ways neither of us can predict." Harry nodded and left the office without another word. He had a war to prepare for. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, Kings and Pawns. The maze rose from the Quidditch pitch like a living thing, walls of hedge 20 feet high that shifted and rustled in winds that existed only within their confines. Harry stood at the entrance with the other champions, listening to the crowd's distant roar, feeling the magic that saturated every inch of the arena. This was not just a competition. It was a ritual. Every spell cast within the maze would feed power into channels that had been dormant for centuries. Every drop of blood spilled would strengthen connections between worlds. Harry could feel the drowned king's attention pressing against the back of his mind, watching through the cracks in reality that the tournament had already created. Champions, you know your task. Ludo Bagman's voice boomed across the stadium. The Triwizard Cup waits at the center of the maze. First to touch it wins eternal glory. Eternal something, Harry thought grimly. But probably not glory. He had the highest point total from the first 2 tasks, which meant he entered the maze first. Cedric followed 30 seconds later, then Crumb, then Fleur. The hedges closed behind each of them, sealing them into a labyrinth that existed as much in metaphor as in physical space. Harry moved through the darkness with senses that extended far beyond sight. The maze wanted to confuse him. Wanted to turn him around, make him lose his bearings, trap him in loops of hedge and shadow until time ran out or something worse found him. But Harry had navigated the threshold between worlds, had walked the boundary between life and death. A hedge maze, even one saturated with hostile magic, was nothing compared to that. He felt Crouch Jr.'s traps before he reached them. Felt the creatures lurking at intersections, waiting to ambush champions who stumbled into their territory. Felt the wrongness at the maze's center, where the cup sat on its pedestal, radiating portkey energy that would carry its first touch to a graveyard miles away. Harry avoided the traps. Circumvented the creatures. Moved toward the center with the inexorable patience of a glacier. And along the way, he gathered information. Crumb was the first to fall. Harry sensed it happen, a surge of imperious energy, a mind being overwritten by foreign will. Someone had cursed the Durmstrang champion, turning him into a weapon aimed at the other competitors. Harry changed course. He found Crumb standing over Cedric's unconscious body, wand raised for a curse that would do more than stun. Harry's spell caught the controlled champion before he could complete the incantation, dropping him to the ground in a boneless heap. Cedric groaned, stirring. What, Potter? What happened? Crumb was imperious. Someone sabotaging the task. Harry helped the Hufflepuff to his feet. Can you walk? I think so. My head, you were hit with something nasty. Get to the edge of the maze and send up red sparks. The task isn't worth your life. Cedric's jaw set stubbornly. I'm not giving up. Then stay behind me and try not to die. Harry started moving again, not waiting to see if Cedric followed. The Hufflepuff did. Whatever else could be said about him, Cedric Diggory wasn't a coward. Fleur was the second casualty. They found her tangled in vines that pulsed with dark magic, her face frozen in an expression of terror. The plants had almost certainly been modified, normal devil's snare wouldn't have affected a witch of her caliber. Is she, Cedric started. Alive. Unconscious. Someone will find her. Harry didn't slow down. They were close to the center now. He could feel the cup's energy pulling at him, promising transportation to the confrontation he'd been preparing for all year. Potter, wait. Cedric's voice was strained. Something's wrong. This isn't how the task was supposed to go. The creatures, the curses, they're too dangerous. Someone's trying to kill us. Yes. Harry stopped at the final intersection, looking at the clearing where the Triwizard Cup gleamed on its pedestal. Someone is. Then why are you still going? Because running isn't an option. Harry turned to face Cedric directly. Go back, Diggory. Send up sparks. What happens next isn't something you should be part of. What happens next? Harry didn't answer. He walked into the clearing and reached for the cup. Potter, don't, Harry's fingers closed around the handle. The world twisted sideways and vanished. The graveyard materialized around him in fragments, tombstones emerging from darkness, dead grass crunching beneath his feet, the smell of old death and fresh anticipation hanging in the air. Harry had known what to expect. Had prepared for this moment since extracting Voldemort's plan from Crouch Jr.'s broken mind. But knowing and experiencing were different things, and for just a moment, the reality of what he faced threatened to overwhelm him. Then the cold inside him rose, and clarity returned. He was not alone in the graveyard. Peter Pettigrew stood near a massive cauldron that bubbled with something that wasn't quite water. The rat-faced man looked terrified, his silver hand clutching a bundle of robes that squirmed with horrible vitality. The bundle contained what remained of Lord Voldemort. "Kill the spare," something hissed from within the robes. "There is no spare," Harry said, his voice cutting through the night. "Diggory didn't come with me. It's just you and me, Peter. Just like it should be." Pettigrew's eyes went wide with fear. "Harry, you don't understand. The Dark Lord is a fragment of consciousness clinging to existence through sheer stubbornness and dark magic." Harry walked forward, and the temperature dropped with each step. "I've seen worse things in Azkaban. I've touched the void between worlds. Do you really think I'm afraid of this?" The bundle of robes hissed again, more urgently this time. "Proceed with the ritual, Wormtail. Now." Pettigrew scrambled to obey, but Harry was faster. His wand came up, not the holly wand, but the elder wand, its power singing through his veins like lightning, and a curse struck the cauldron with enough force to crack the iron. The potion within began to leak, hissing where it touched the ground. "No." The voice from the bundle was no longer commanding. It was panicked. "The ritual, months of preparation, you cannot, I can." Harry's eyes had gone black, the green swallowed by the darkness of the threshold. "I can do many things, Tom. Shall I show you what the Dementors taught me?" He reached inside himself and pulled. The temperature in the graveyard dropped below freezing in an instant. Frost spread across tombstones. The potion in the cauldron began to solidify. And from the shadows between the graves, shapes began to emerge. Not Dementors, not exactly. But something related. Fragments of the threshold's power, given form by Harry's will, reaching toward the bundle of robes with hungry attention. "What are you?" Voldemort's voice was barely a whisper now. "I am the Warden of the Threshold. The heir to the compact that binds the darkness. The bridge between worlds that your Horcruxes have been weakening for decades." Harry stepped closer, the shadow fragments swirling around him like a cloak. "You wanted immortality, Tom. You didn't understand that true immortality requires becoming something other than human. Something cold. Something eternal." He reached down and pulled the bundle of robes from Pettigrew's trembling hands. "Something like me." The thing inside the robes was barely recognizable as human. It had arms and legs, a torso and a head, but the proportions were wrong, the skin mottled and raw, the eyes burning red in a face that looked like it had been carved from diseased flesh. This was Voldemort's true form, the consciousness that had survived Godric's Hollow, sustained by Horcruxes and hatred for 14 years. It was pathetic. "You cannot kill me," Voldemort hissed. "The Horcruxes, I know about the Horcruxes. I know where they are. I know what they do." Harry held the creature at arm's length, studying it with clinical detachment. The diary in the Malfoy vault. The ring in the Gaunt shack. The locket in the Black family home. The cup in Gringotts. The diadem hidden here at Hogwarts. The snake that travels with your servants. Voldemort's red eyes went wide. "How, the Dementors showed me. Every Death Eater who ever entered Azkaban carried memories of your secrets, Tom. They thought they were being loyal, holding on to knowledge that might help you return. Instead, they were building a map of your weaknesses." Harry smiled, and it was not a pleasant expression. "I've already destroyed 3 of them. The others will follow." You're lying. You can't have the protections were designed to stop normal wizards. I am not a normal wizard. Harry tightened his grip on Voldemort's robes. I am the thing you were trying to become. The consciousness that exists beyond death. The cold at the end of all things. And I am telling you, Tom Riddle, that your journey ends here. Voldemort began to laugh, a horrible, broken sound that carried more madness than mirth. You think you've won? You think destroying my anchors will destroy me? The red eyes blazed with defiance. I have served powers older than your precious threshold. I have touched the void between worlds and learned its secrets. Even if you destroy every Horcrux, every fragment of my soul, I will find a way to return. I will always find a way. I know. Harry's voice was quiet, almost sad. That's why I'm not going to destroy you. The laughter stopped. What? I'm going to do something worse. Harry reached inside himself, to the place where the threshold's power lived, and began to pull Voldemort toward it. I'm going to bind you. The same way my ancestors bound the drowned king. The same way they trapped the darkness that would have consumed the world. No, you cannot. The power required is exactly what your Horcruxes have been feeding into the magical currents for decades. All that stolen life force, all those anchors to the physical world, I'm going to use them. Harry felt the binding taking shape, felt Voldemort's essence being drawn toward a prison that existed between worlds. You wanted immortality, Tom. Now you'll have it. Forever. In the cold. In the dark. With nothing for company but your own regrets. Voldemort screamed. The sound was not physical. It resonated through dimensions, through the threshold itself, echoing in spaces where sound had no meaning. The creature in Harry's hands began to dissolve, its form breaking apart as its essence was pulled toward the binding. But something went wrong. Harry felt resistance, not from Voldemort, but from somewhere else. Something was pushing back against the binding, trying to prevent Voldemort's imprisonment. Something vast and patient and terribly familiar. The drowned king. Little Warden. The voice came from everywhere, from the void itself. Did you think I would let you strengthen my prison with a new captive? Did you think I would allow another consciousness to share my darkness? Harry gritted his teeth and pushed harder, but the king's resistance was overwhelming. The binding began to unravel, Voldemort's essence slipping through Harry's grasp like water through fingers. You've done well, young Potter. Better than any warden before you. But you're still thinking like a mortal, like someone who believes strength alone can solve every problem. The void pressed closer, intimate, almost gentle. Some traps cannot be escaped through force. Some enemies cannot be defeated through will. You must learn to negotiate. To compromise. To accept that victory sometimes looks like something other than triumph. I will never compromise with you. Then you will fail. Tonight, you have merely delayed the inevitable. Voldemort will escape. His servants will find ways to restore him. And every attempt you make to stop them will weaken the barriers between worlds just a little more. The king's presence began to recede. Consider my words, little warden. Consider what you're willing to sacrifice. The next time we speak, I will want an answer. The connection severed. Harry stood alone in the graveyard, Voldemort's essence scattered but not destroyed, the ritual interrupted but not completed. He had won. But the victory tasted like ash. Pettigrew had fled during the confrontation, disappearing into the night with the silver hand that marked his servitude to Voldemort. Harry let him go. The rat would crawl back to whatever hole he'd been hiding in, would wait for another opportunity to serve his master. There would be time to deal with him later. Harry picked up the Triwizard Cup, still functioning as a portkey, still connected to the maze, and felt the familiar twist of magical transportation carry him back to Hogwarts. The stadium was chaos. Dumbledore was there, along with what seemed like half the Ministry. Mad-Eye Moody, the real one, Harry sensed, not the imposter, was shouting about security breaches. Cornelius Fudge was demanding explanations that no one could provide. Harry walked through the pandemonium without acknowledging any of it. "Harry!" Hermione's voice cut through the noise. She was running toward him, her face pale with worry. "Harry, what happened? You were gone for nearly an hour, the cup disappeared, everyone thought, I'm fine." Harry's voice was flat, exhausted. "Voldemort's servants tried to resurrect him. I stopped the ritual. He's still out there, but he didn't get a body." "You," Hermione's eyes went wide. "You fought Voldemort alone." "I didn't fight him. I negotiated." Harry's lips twisted in something that wasn't quite a smile. "Apparently that's what I'm supposed to do now. Negotiate with monsters." Before Hermione could respond, Dumbledore appeared at Harry's elbow. "We need to talk," the headmaster said quietly. "Privately." Harry nodded and let himself be led away from the crowd, away from the questions and chaos and demands for explanation. He had a lot to think about. The conversation with Dumbledore lasted until dawn. Harry told him everything: the confrontation with Voldemort, the drowned king's interference, the partial binding that had scattered but not destroyed the Dark Lord's essence. He explained what the king had said about negotiation, about compromise, about accepting that some victories required sacrifice. Dumbledore listened without interruption, his ancient face growing more troubled with each revelation. "The king is playing a deeper game than I realized," he said when Harry finished. "It's not content to simply wait for the binding to fail. It's actively working to weaken it, using Voldemort, using the tournament, using you. Using me. Every time you draw on the threshold's power, you strengthen your connection to that realm. The more connected you become, the more influence the king has over you." Dumbledore's eyes were heavy with concern. "Tonight, you used that power to stop Voldemort. The king prevented you from finishing the job. Do you see the pattern?" Harry did see it. The king had let him fight Voldemort, had let him expend energy and power and will in a confrontation that ultimately changed nothing. Had let him feel like he was winning, right up until the moment when winning became impossible. "It's training me," Harry said slowly. "Like the Dementors trained me in Azkaban. Showing me how to use power, making me dependent on it, waiting until I can't function without drawing on the threshold. And when that happens, when you're so entangled with the void that you can't separate yourself from it, the binding fails. Because the warden becomes part of what's being contained." Dumbledore nodded gravely. "Your ancestors understood this danger. The journals in your family vault speak of wardens who went too far, who touched the darkness too deeply. They became something else. Something neither human nor creature. Something the king could use. Is that why the compact requires renewal every year? To give the warden a chance to reconnect with their humanity? In part. The ritual reminds the warden of who they are, what they're fighting for. It grounds them in the world of the living, even as their duties pull them toward the world between." Dumbledore leaned forward. "You've been drawing on the threshold's power more and more frequently, Harry. The dragon task. The lake. Tonight. Each time, you go a little deeper. Each time, it becomes a little easier." "I know." Harry's voice was quiet. "I can feel the change. The cold inside me, it used to be something I reached for deliberately. Now it's always there. Always present. I have to work to feel warm. That is concerning. That is survival." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "I don't have the luxury of staying fully human. The threats I'm facing, Voldemort, the king, Crouch and his allies, they can't be handled with normal magic, normal methods, normal limitations. I have to be something more. Even if becoming something more means becoming something less." The question hung in the air between them. Harry didn't have an answer. The summer after Harry's 4th year was the calm before a storm that everyone could feel approaching. Voldemort's survival was confirmed through multiple intelligence sources. Death Eaters were being recalled, old alliances were being reforged, preparations were being made for a war that most of the wizarding world refused to believe was coming. Cornelius Fudge, terrified of the political implications, launched a campaign to discredit Harry and Dumbledore alike. Harry let the attack slide off him like water off stone. He had more important things to worry about. The Horcrux hunt accelerated. Harry had already destroyed 3 of Voldemort's anchors during his 4th year, the diary, the ring, and the locket, using methods that combined threshold magic with more conventional destruction. The remaining pieces were more difficult, better protected, hidden in places where even Harry's expanded senses had trouble reaching. The cup was in Gringotts, in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. The diadem was at Hogwarts, hidden in a room that appeared only when needed. The snake traveled with Voldemort himself, never more than a few feet from its master. And then there was the Horcrux that no one had expected. Harry had felt it for years, a presence inside him, a fragment of something foreign lodged in his soul. The Dementors had shown him its origin, had helped him understand what it was. A piece of Voldemort, accidentally created the night Harry's parents died, nestled behind his scar like a splinter of darkness. Ignotus Peverell had said it made Harry unique. A bridge between worlds. A warden who could walk the threshold without being consumed. The drowned king had said it made Harry valuable. A potential convert. A consciousness that could be turned against the binding it was supposed to maintain. Harry looked at the Horcrux and saw something else entirely. He saw a weapon. The breakthrough came in late July. Harry was deep in the Potter vault, studying ancient texts on soul magic, when he felt the Horcrux stir inside him. Not painfully, the scar had stopped hurting months ago, as Harry's connection to the threshold made him immune to Voldemort's emotional bleed, but insistently, like something trying to get his attention. He closed his eyes and looked inward. The fragment of Voldemort's soul hung in the darkness of his mindscape like a tumor, wrapped in layers of Harry's own magic that had grown around it over 14 years. It was weaker than it had been, the destruction of the other Horcruxes had damaged it, weakened its connection to the larger whole. Harry reached out and touched it. Pain lanced through him, but he pushed through, maintaining contact despite every instinct screaming at him to retreat. The Horcrux fought back, trying to corrupt him, trying to assert control over his mind, but Harry had spent 3 years learning to resist the Dementor's influence. Voldemort's fragment was nothing compared to that. "You're afraid," Harry observed, speaking to the fragment directly for the first time. "You can feel the others dying. You know you're next." The Horcrux snarled wordlessly, lashing out with what little power it possessed. "But I'm not going to destroy you. Not yet." Harry's mental grip tightened, forcing the fragment into a smaller and smaller space. "You're going to be useful first." "You cannot control me," the Horcrux hissed. "I am the Dark Lord. You're a splinter. A fragment. A piece of a broken whole." Harry smiled grimly. "And I am the Warden of the Threshold. The master of the space between. You exist because of me now. Your continued survival depends on my choices." The Horcrux fell silent, but Harry could feel its hatred, its fear, its desperate calculation. "There is a war coming," Harry continued. "Voldemort will rise again, stronger than before, with armies at his command and allies in every corner of the wizarding world. I need intelligence. I need to know what he's planning, who he's recruiting, where he's hiding. You want me to spy on myself? I want you to remember that you exist at my sufferance." Harry's mental grip tightened further. "Every time Voldemort touches his remaining Horcruxes, you feel it. Every time he experiences strong emotion, echoes reach you through your connection. I want access to those echoes. I want to see what you see, feel what you feel. And if I refuse? Then I destroy you now, and find another way to get my intelligence." Harry shrugged. "Your choice. But consider, if I win this war, if I destroy Voldemort's body and all his remaining anchors, you'll be the last piece of him left. The final fragment of Tom Riddle's consciousness. I might be persuaded to let you survive, contained, controlled, but alive. If you help me. The Horcrux considered for a long moment. You're offering me immortality in exchange for betrayal. I'm offering you existence in exchange for usefulness. Immortality is what you make of it. Another long pause. Harry waited, patient as only someone who had survived Azkaban could be. What do you want to know? The Horcrux asked finally. Harry smiled. The war had just shifted in his favor. Fifth year began under a shadow of suspicion and fear. The Ministry had appointed Dolores Umbridge as the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, a move designed to give Fudge control over Hogwarts and, by extension, over Harry and Dumbledore. The woman was everything Harry despised, petty, cruel, willfully ignorant, and utterly certain of her own righteousness. She was also, Harry recognized, an opportunity. Educational decrees, Hermione reported during their first week back, her voice tight with outrage. She's pushing through new rules almost daily. No student organizations without ministry approval. No discussing unsubstantiated rumors about Voldemort's return. Teachers can be dismissed for unsatisfactory performance as determined by ministry inspectors. She's trying to control information, Harry said. Keep students ignorant, prevent organization, punish anyone who challenges the official narrative. We have to do something. We will. Harry's eyes held a cold calculation that made even Hermione pause. But not the way you're thinking. Umbridge is a symptom, not the disease. The disease is the Ministry's fear, their refusal to accept that Voldemort has returned because accepting it would require them to act. So what do? We give them proof they can't deny. We force them to confront the truth, whether they want to or not. Harry smiled. And we use Umbridge to do it. The plan unfolded over months. Harry let Umbridge provoke him, let her punishments escalate, let her believe she was winning. The blood-quilled detentions, which carved "I must not tell lies" into the back of his hand, provided evidence of her cruelty. The increasingly draconian educational decrees alienated students and teachers alike. Her determination to discredit Harry only made more people curious about what he was actually saying. Meanwhile, Harry worked in the shadows. The Horcrux connection proved invaluable. Through the fragment in his mind, Harry received glimpses of Voldemort's activities, meetings with Death Eaters, recruitment efforts, plans for attacks that Harry was able to disrupt through carefully anonymized tips. The Dark Lord's frustration grew as his operations kept failing for reasons he couldn't identify. The remaining Horcruxes fell one by one. The cup was retrieved through a complex operation involving goblin allies, Polyjuice Potion, and a carefully planned distraction that left Gringotts security thoroughly embarrassed. Harry destroyed it in the Potter Vault, using fiendfire contained within wards his ancestors had designed for exactly such purposes. The diadem was easier. Harry had known its location since his first year, had felt its presence calling to him from the Room of Requirement. He retrieved it during Christmas break and destroyed it alongside the cup. That left only the snake and the fragment in Harry's own head. And Voldemort himself, of course. But dealing with Voldemort required a different approach entirely. The confrontation came in June, at the Ministry of Magic. Harry had known it was coming. The Horcrux connection had shown him Voldemort's plan, a trap baited with false visions, designed to lure Harry to the Department of Mysteries where a weapon supposedly waited. The weapon was actually information, a prophecy about Harry and Voldemort, recorded years ago and stored in the Hall of Prophecy. Harry went anyway. Not because he believed the visions. Not because he wanted the prophecy. But because Voldemort would be there, and Harry was ready for their final confrontation. He brought allies this time, Hermione, Neville, and a small group of students who had been training in secret all year, learning combat magic that Umbridge's curriculum had deliberately omitted. They fought through Death Eater ambushes, past curses and traps and creatures that should have stopped any normal rescue mission. But Harry wasn't leading a rescue mission. He was leading an assault. The Death Eaters fell back in confusion as students they'd expected to easily overwhelm fought with skill and ferocity that belonged on a battlefield, not in a school. Bellatrix Lestrange herself was forced to retreat when Neville, driven by years of hatred for the woman who had tortured his parents, nearly took her head off with a cutting curse. And at the center of the chaos, Harry found what he was looking for. Voldemort had come in person. The Dark Lord stood in the Department of Mystery's death chamber, where a stone archway veiled in tattered curtains pulsed with magic that resonated with the threshold. This was the place where the boundaries between worlds were thinnest, where the Ministry had experimented with death and near-death for centuries without truly understanding what they were touching. It was the perfect place for what Harry had planned. "You came," Voldemort said. His new body was tall and skeletal, with red eyes that burned with hatred and intelligence. "I knew you would. You cannot resist playing the hero." "I'm not here to play anything." Harry walked toward the archway, feeling its power call to the cold inside him. "I'm here to end this." "End this? You?" Voldemort laughed. "I have returned stronger than ever, surrounded by loyal servants, armed with knowledge of the oldest magics. You are a child with delusions of importance. I'm the child who destroyed 4 of your Horcruxes." Harry stopped at the base of the archway's platform. The diary. The ring. The locket. The cup. The diadem. He tapped his forehead. "And soon, this one." Voldemort's expression flickered, the first sign of uncertainty Harry had seen from him. "How?" "The Dementors showed me. Your own servant's memories, absorbed over years of imprisonment." Harry began climbing the steps toward the arch. "You built your immortality on secrets, Tom. But secrets have a way of getting out." "Stop." Voldemort's wand came up. "Whatever you're planning, I'm planning to finish what I started in the graveyard." Harry reached the top of the platform and turned to face Voldemort. "You escaped last time because the drowned king interfered. Because it didn't want another consciousness sharing its prison. Then you know you cannot bind me. The king itself, the king wanted me to negotiate. To compromise. To accept that some victories require sacrifice." Harry's eyes went black, the threshold's power flooding through him. "I've thought about that. About what I'm willing to give up. And..." Harry smiled, a cold, terrible expression that made even Voldemort take a step back. "Everything." The binding that Harry had prepared was not like anything his ancestors had created. It didn't trap Voldemort in the space between worlds. It didn't strengthen the drowned king's prison. It didn't preserve the Dark Lord's consciousness in any form. It erased him. Harry had spent months studying the threshold, understanding its nature, learning how it related to the concepts of existence and non-existence. The void between worlds wasn't just darkness, it was potential. The raw material from which all things emerged and to which all things returned. Voldemort had sought immortality by anchoring his soul to the physical world. But souls weren't physical. They were patterns, information, the shape of a consciousness preserved in magical form. Harry couldn't destroy that pattern through conventional means. The Horcruxes had proven that even distributed fragments could reconstitute given enough time. But the threshold could unmake patterns. Could dissolve the information that made Tom Riddle who he was. Could return his soul to the undifferentiated potential from which all souls emerged. The drowned king had said some traps couldn't be escaped through force. Had said victory sometimes looked like something other than triumph. Harry chose not to trap Voldemort. He chose to let him go. "What are you doing?" Voldemort's voice had lost its confidence. He could feel the archway's power building, could sense the threshold opening in response to Harry's will. "The binding, you're not creating a binding, I'm creating a door." Harry's voice was distant, most of his attention focused on the working taking shape around them. "A door that leads nowhere. To nothing. To the absence of existence itself. That's not possible. Consciousness cannot simply be, unmade. Dissolved. Return to the void? Harry's black eyes met Voldemort's red ones. You touched that void yourself, Tom. When you created your Horcruxes. When you split your soul and scattered the pieces. You know better than anyone how fragile identity really is. Voldemort raised his wand, but Harry was faster. Not with magic, with will. The threshold responded to Harry's command, wrapping around Voldemort's body in bands of absolute cold that made movement impossible. You can't do this, Voldemort whispered. The power required, you'll destroy yourself, maybe. Harry began walking toward the Dark Lord, the archway's veil billowing around him like wings. But I've been destroyed before. I've been broken, scattered, reduced to pieces that should never have fit back together. I survived Azkaban. I survived you. I'll survive this too. You're insane. Probably. Harry reached out and placed his hand on Voldemort's chest. But I'm also the Warden of the Threshold. And my job isn't to contain the darkness. The cold inside Harry surged outward. My job is to end it. The erasure was not instantaneous. Voldemort screamed as his existence began to unravel, as the pattern that made him who he was started dissolving into the void. His body aged and withered before Harry's eyes, becoming old and frail and finally crumbling to dust. His magic, decades of accumulated power, dispersed into the threshold, absorbed by the space between worlds. And his soul, the fragmented, scattered, damaged thing that had clung to existence for so long, finally let go. Harry felt the Horcrux inside him die at the same moment. The splinter of Voldemort's consciousness, deprived of the larger whole it had been connected to, simply faded. Like a candle flame running out of wick. The prophecy was fulfilled. The Dark Lord was gone. But the price, Harry collapsed as the threshold's power recoiled from its use. His body had never been designed for this kind of magic, had never been meant to channel the forces of unmade reality. The cold inside him was spreading, pushing out the warmth that made him human. He could feel himself fading, dissolving, following Voldemort into the void. Harry. Hermione's voice, distant but desperate. Footsteps pounding up the platform. Hands grabbing his shoulders, pulling him away from the archway. Stay with me. Stay with me, Harry. Don't you dare, but the darkness was so warm, so welcoming, so peaceful. After everything he'd endured, the Dursleys, Azkaban, the tournament, the war, the idea of simply stopping was almost unbearably attractive. He could rest. Finally. Forever. No. The voice was new, familiar but changed. You don't get to give up. Not after everything. Harry's awareness flickered. Standing at the edge of the void, silhouetted against the absence of light, was a figure he recognized. Ignotus Peverell. Ancestor. Descendant. Ignotus's ghostly form was more solid than Harry had ever seen it. You've done something remarkable today. Something none of us ever managed. I killed him. I ended the threat. You did more than that. You proved that the Threshold's power can be used for creation as well as destruction. For healing as well as harm. Ignotus moved closer. The drowned king has been contained for millennia because we believed that was the only option. But you've shown that patterns can be unmade, that consciousness can be returned to potential rather than simply imprisoned. What are you saying? I'm saying there might be another way. A permanent solution, not just another delay. Ignotus's eyes held something that looked like hope. But finding it will require you to survive this. To come back from the edge you're standing on. I don't know if I can. You can. You must. Ignotus's form began to fade. Your friends are calling you, Harry. The living world is calling you. Answer them. Complete the work we started 1,000 years ago. Be the bridge we always hoped you would become. The vision dissolved. Harry woke in the hospital wing at Hogwarts. Hermione was sitting beside his bed, her face pale and drawn, her eyes red from crying. When she saw him open his eyes, she let out a sob that was half relief and half fury. "You idiot," she said, grabbing his hand. "You absolute, complete, utter idiot. Do you have any idea how close you came?" Dumbledore said your heart stopped. 3 times. "They had to, I'm sorry." Harry's voice was a rasp, barely audible. "I didn't have another option." "Yes, you did. You could have." She stopped, took a breath. "You could have asked for help. Trusted someone else to share the burden. You didn't have to do it alone." "I did, though. The Threshold's power responds to me because I'm the warden. Anyone else who tried would have been consumed. Then we should have found another way. A way that didn't almost kill you." Harry didn't have an answer for that. He was too tired, too drained, too close to the edge of oblivion. He had narrowly escaped. "Voldemort," he managed. "Is he gone? Completely gone?" Hermione's voice held wonder alongside her anger. Dumbledore examined the site. "There's no trace of him, no soul fragment, no magical residue, nothing. It's like he never existed." Harry closed his eyes. It was done. The war was over. Voldemort would never threaten anyone again. And now, finally, he could focus on what came next. The summer after Voldemort's destruction was strange and disorienting. The wizarding world celebrated. The Ministry scrambled to explain how the threat they had denied for a year had suddenly and completely vanished. Reporters hounded Harry for interviews that he consistently refused. He spent most of the summer in the Potter vault, recovering and planning. The cold inside him had receded after he'd returned from the edge of dissolution, but it hadn't disappeared. If anything, his connection to the Threshold felt stronger than ever, more controlled, more integrated, more natural. Ignotus's words echoed in his mind. Another way. A permanent solution. The drowned king could not be destroyed through force. Harry had learned that lesson in the graveyard. The king existed beyond the concepts of life and death, beyond the binary of existence and non-existence that governed normal reality. But Harry had proven that consciousness could be unmade. That patterns could be returned to the void from which they emerged. What if the king wasn't different? What if its apparent invulnerability was just an illusion, a pattern so old and so complex that it seemed eternal, but was ultimately no more permanent than any other? Harry began to research. To plan. To prepare. The binding would need to be renewed in September. Another year of maintenance, another delay in the inevitable collapse. But maybe this would be the last time. Maybe Harry had finally found the answer his ancestors had been seeking for 1,000 years.